You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning. I know that we have to get the guest on, so let's go ahead and run the price report segment, and we can just do the chit chat later.
All right, I like the shortwave. Right to business.
Right into it.
Right
Pure
to business.
efficiency. I'm down.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll shill Monerotopia later. We got 22 live viewers. Guys, like and share, retweet. Let's get a bunch of people in here. I saw they just banned Monero in India. I don't know how true that is or what's going on with that. But yeah, let's go ahead and run the price report. Then we'll have Anhdres jumping up after. Everybody should know Anhdres from Monero. He's helping us run Monerotopia conference. He's running the Spanish portion, so we'll have him jumping up at noon right after the price report. But without further ado, here we go.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Alrighty.
All right.
I think that was our fastest transition ever into price report, thanks to shortwave. Where's your screen?
I'm sharing it. It should be there.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Yep. It was because it looked like our screen.
All right.
I'll put it up on the single. Crazy times. Yeah, let us know, buddy. Is the bull market still on? Is Bitcoin going down to 60K? I feel like there's a lot of doom and gloom out there.
Yeah, the chart is looking kind of weird on Bitcoin. We talked about it last week that it has this very similar feel to 2022 when everyone was like holding their breath that Bitcoin would recover and go back to 100K. It has literally the exact same structure. In fact, in a lot of ways, the structure is nearly identical between the two. And I was kind of hoping last week that it would break towards the upside and sort of invalidate the structure, but instead it went down, and we actually broke down a few levels. There's still hope, but it definitely doesn't look as good as it used to. Nevertheless, I feel like we had this big pump with Monero all the way to 800, and we're sitting now at 500. It's actually, if you think about it, it's nice to finally be on the upper side of that previous all-time high. Or at least, testing it from the top instead of, continually trying to get there.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, I think we all, what goes up must come down, right? When something goes up that fast. Obviously, it would have been nice to do trades and whatnot. Unfortunately, I'm not really much in the business of that when it comes to Monero. So, yeah, for those who successfully, I guess, got out and got back in, that's cool. But I always see that as a risky endeavor with Monero. Just slowly accumulate, hold, and spend.
Yeah. Any other coin, I would be totally okay with saying, all right, it has some big gains, whatever, sell, maybe try to get back in lower. I feel like there could come a point at which there's just no Monero on the market, and getting back into the market is hard. Like that happened, I think, at around $100. It was hard to find liquidity to get back into Monero.
I didn't even try to make a trade at any point during that run up or back down. I'm just like, nope, I'm not going to touch that.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah, take it away. Tell us more.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, we're basically testing from the top side, and we kind of said this might, maybe this needs to happen. And I said, hey, I would honestly much rather set a price floor here and then continue going higher. Obviously, the worst case would be to not set a price floor and then go lower. Hopefully, that's not the case. With the kind of strength that Monero's had, it's very possible that people are looking at this and saying, "Oh shit, look, it spiked and now it pulled back, and now is my chance to get back in." We are dealing with more and more visibility in the broader crypto market, right? The crypto bros. And Monero was a very kind of shunned coin for a long period of time. From especially I remember 2019, 2020, especially on Reddit and that fucking cesspool Reddit cryptocurrency. Everyone was just like, they're just going to ban it and it's not going to go up in price. And it's like, well, I mean, if you're manifesting, I don't know, but they did a pretty good job. I think a lot of those guys were bots even back then. So the point is now we got a lot more visibility. There's a lot more people in crypto that have sort of warmed up to the idea of Monero. They've seen all the political bullshit and the tyranny and everything, and they realize, oh wait, maybe we need a Monero. And so because of that, there is a reasonably decent chance that Monero has much easier time setting a floor, setting support, and then maybe going higher. I'm not saying that it has to happen immediately. All of those same bros are also the same kind of bros that will panic sell if the bull market is over. So there is that factor. As we talked about, Monero does have a little bit reduced, significantly reduced correlation to the rest of crypto. So this is the chart right there. You'll notice we still do have correlation to crypto, to the total market cap, which is what this top chart is right here. Let's just confirm that. Inputs, yeah, crypto total. So you'll notice we still do have some positive correlation. And if we look at this on different timelines, you'll see a bit more correlation. But it's still one of the, as far as I've seen, unless someone wants to point out an even more decorrelated asset apart from stablecoins, it does seem to me that Monero is one of the most, or the least correlated crypto assets to the rest of the total crypto market cap and to Bitcoin. So it could, I don't think it's probably the case, but it could be possible that the bear market or that the bull market is over, or it's going to be on some sort of long pause. It could be a muted bear market for Bitcoin because they're printing a shitload of money and eventually that could turn around. But it could be the case that Monero actually still chops sideways at 500, or maybe even manages to go sort of back into the price discovery, even as the rest of crypto has a muted bear market. That could happen. I'm not saying that I think that's my best prediction, but it's not entirely outlandish to suggest that. Like in 2022, I wouldn't have suggested that Monero could just keep on going in the face of the rest of the crypto market crashing. But nowadays, we might be able to say that. Okay, so let's look at the ratio XMR. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Let's go back. We're on the daily chart. I wanted to look at the 1 hour chart on this. So we're in this kind of falling channel. And it does look like Monero wants to stop falling and get out of that channel. But at the moment, it's just kind of chopping sideways. So we are seeing compressing volatility here. Monero is probably going to make another move. Honestly, guys, the next move is probably going to be up. Monero's probably going to try and shoot for that 666 level, right around there. Obviously, I just picked that number in that general zone because, just to be cheeky. Anyways, we're looking at compressing volatility here, and we never visited the top side of these standard deviations, those blue bands. That's a pretty common thing. To once you fall off, to at least just make it somewhere in that neighborhood, and Monero never did. So it's possible that I think it's even more likely that Monero will break towards the upside. Whether or not it immediately then goes for 1,000 or something, I have no idea. There was this big breakout. They said it was a hack. I guess it could have been a hack. I also think they could, a lot of that volume could just be wash trading for the cabal to make it look like, there was a hack and look at all this volume that happened, even though they already knew people were buying. I don't know if that's the case, guys. I'm just saying, hey, it's par for the course when it comes to these when it comes to these exchanges and the people, the cabal, the corporate assholes, the Zcashers and the Brian Armstrongs and all, the CZs and all those guys out there. They're not our friends. They never will be. Monero doesn't serve their profit interests. Okay, whatever. Anyways, definitely here trying a couple times to push outside of these upper standard deviation bands, this looks to me like it wants to break, like it wants to get up here, and it wants to at least go for like the 600 level again. So, if you're trading, if you sold, if you got out at the top and you were looking for a good time to get in, it's not a bad punt right here. You could buy some more Monero, and even if it goes down, hey, I mean, you probably wanted to hodl that shit, or maybe not hodl, but you probably wanted to keep that shit anyways. So you saved yourself an extra. You made 30%, even if Monero continues to go down. You know it's coming back up. Like we know. This is, even if the bear market is coming, like Monero is going to hold out quite well. Okay, so Bitcoin versus Monero, we have seen this chart for a long time. We've got these blue bands up here. We actually finally made the blue bands as of the past couple weeks. And okay, that's fine. Maybe a little bit of a pullback here. The most bullish scenario on this chart would be to do something like that, right? To get immediately back up into these blue bands and then consolidate. That would tell us that this chart is about to go much higher. At the moment, I don't want to make that call. I don't want to say, hey, it's going higher. Oh, wait, that's XMR ETH. Here we go. I wouldn't say, hey, this is definitely going higher. That wouldn't be my position. But, that's what you would want to see if you want to like believe that Monero can be strong. And again, in a lot of ways, we're talking about psychology here. When we talk about these standard deviations, a lot of what's happening here is a psychological map. People intuitively understand when something is trending, when something is out of trend, when something has gone too far. People in aggregate have a very good sense of statistics, believe it or not. Like you pour a bunch of M&Ms in a big ass jug, and then you ask, 1,000 people how many M&Ms are in that jug. You would be shocked at how quickly the group converges to the correct answer or something extremely close to it. So overall, we're looking here at the lifetime XMR BTC chart. Monero, basically just holding its own versus Bitcoin since launch, something that most altcoins don't do, especially over the course of a decade. So I'm liking Monero. I'm liking the way things look. Let's look at the XMR versus gold chart. Yeah, we didn't actually make it quite to those the upper standard deviations. Would have hoped to have made that a little bit higher. But gold is just crushing it. So we'll get into that in a second. That's probably it. I don't think there's really anything else here that we need to talk about with Monero. Let's look at the privacy altcoins, the alleged privacy coins. I guess maybe Pirate Chain is doing better than everyone else. Spiked up again, got back to its levels, trying to maintain. Seems like it's in no man's land to me right now. Actually, let's go to the 4 hour. A bit of an odd chart, if you ask me, the way that this is happening. I really don't like the way the Pirate Chain chart dynamics look. It looks like it's thin liquidity, and it probably, it is. It's very thin liquidity. They lost Trade Ogre, and I haven't really bothered to look where you can get Pirate Chain these days, but it's not that many places. It's the Pirate Chain guys are not like the regular crypto corporate suits, right? That's not who they are. They seem to be like a totally different group of guys. But they did launch this thing with and they surprise launched, right? They're like, come play with our test net, and then suddenly it was a mainnet. Like, okay, and they had ASICs and all that, so they could have just like merge mined. Guys, you should have merge mined with us. Pirate would have a vastly better price right now if they were merge mined with Monero, because we would regard them as much more friendly. Anyways, I don't know what this coin's going to do. You guys make up your own minds. Zcash, that's probably the one that we really want to look at. Zcash has broken down, and somehow they are managing. This is another like sign, guys. Like, this is how I can look at this chart and say, yeah, this is a fucking manipulated chart. They're propping this price up. Zcash should have crashed in the past 2 weeks, but it didn't. First of all, it should have crashed right here. And okay, the chart doesn't necessarily say that. Like, the wave magic doesn't say that it had to crash right there. But given the fundamentals of what was happening, it should have crashed right there. And they put in supports, right? The corporate freaking cabal, the suits, the exchanges, etc., the liquidity providers, the market makers, they all, whoever like is involved with this coin, came in and put a floor and tried to rebound. But there's no organic support, so it immediately fell. And also Bitcoin fell and crypto fell during this time. And right here, these lines, these orange lines curl down. I see this all the time, every fucking time. These lines curl down. As you fall below, you make a touch of the underside, and then you continue falling. That's what should have happened to this chart. It didn't, and it hasn't thus far, because they are desperately trying to put the supports in on Zcash. So yeah, that's again, it's one of these things that I look at and it's like, okay, does this one thing prove, the manipulation, the propping up, the support? No, obviously not. but it is yet another like little drop in the bucket that you say, yep, there's another thing that looks odd. That doesn't make any sense. And it just adds up to all the other things that don't really make a whole lot of sense with this coin unless you take that perspective and say, yeah, this is a this is a DCG. The government loves Zcash, whatever. All right, we've talked about Zcash for so long. I'm just beating a dead horse. They're not quite dead. That's the problem. Like, they need to drop further. They need to go back into the underworld. Tari is trying to convince us that it's going to set a bottom here. I guess, buy some Tari. merge mine some Tari, I don't know. I guess their emission schedule needs to go down for this coin to go up, I suppose. It'll come back. And again, like if it does come back, if it does catch a bid here, it could make a 16x, right? A 17x. That could happen. I'm not saying that it's happening tomorrow. Every time we think it might be forming a bottom, it somehow figures out how to fall further. And probably if the rest of crypto falls, so will Tari. I don't know. There's not many exchanges that have it, but now you can get it on MEXC and CoinEx, I believe. So that's a nice start, whatever. Cubic, lol. And Xano, I'm not going to say anything about this chart. You guys I'll just give you the wave magic on it. You can maybe I could draw some lines. I don't know. Let's see. Can I find a line? Can we make a pleb line? We'll start there. We'll do that. Oh no, that looks. I said I wasn't going to say how this chart looks, so I'll just draw the line and you guys can make your own decisions. Notice how I could kind of like draw this freaking pleb line in so many different ways, right? I could draw it like that. We could draw it like this, and who really knows, right? What's the right way to draw this line? If I know. Yeah, but there's some lines and some colorful lines, and that's it. That's it for the privacy altcoins. Let's get into to the big daddy, and he is abusing us lately. It's just what he does. Bitcoin. So here's what we were talking about a moment ago. Maybe it's worth reviewing. So before we look at the immediate price, maybe it's worth reviewing the full context of what I mean by it looks, the chart looks, I don't want to say identical, but very, very similar feels. They're rhyming. The chart is rhyming. Okay, so let's go back to the previous bull market and subsequent bear market. A little bit slow on the charts here, but what happened? We had this kind of like falling wedge structure. So we're looking back, obviously 2021, right? So we had the top in April, and then we had this kind of like wedge structure, this falling wedge structure. Sorry, slowing down a little bit here. Okay, had this falling wedge structure, and then it just price pumped out of that, scam pumped the fuck all the way up to like almost 80,000, and then that was it, right? No 100K Christmas for you, nothing but coal in your stocking for that Christmas. And then what happened? This is the part that's relevant for us now. Then what happened? We have this structure, which is basically a bear flag. So you have this big fall off, and then you have this kind of parallel-ish channel. Again, you could kind of draw the lines a whole bunch of different ways, but you had this parallel-ish channel in early 2022 that developed over the course of a few months, and Bitcoin pretending like it's okay. We're just, we're going to slowly chop our way to the upside now, and then it falls and then breaks down. It breaks down the channel, and then it goes into the wave magic levels and then breaks that down. And somewhere right around here, you're saying, shit, we might be hosed, huh? And then right around here, you're saying, yeah, we're fucking hosed. And okay, I think we actually even talked about that. Did we? I can't remember if I was doing price report that early. I don't think I was doing price report back then. If you were on the XMart Trader, you got wind of that. So what's going on here? What is that long-winded fucking explanation? The point is that we have a similar structure. We made a new all-time high. You have this kind of like this somewhat wedge structure, this somewhat kind of decreasing parallel channel. You break out of it, you make a marginally higher high, and then what do we have? We've got another channel. And this one's kind of this one's a rising wedge more than like a parallel channel, but same structure. Rising wedge, pretending like we might be able to get back to that all-time high, which was only an incrementally, marginally higher high. And then what do we have now? We have breakdown out of that wedge. And let's go to the 4-hour now because it's a little bit clearer if we look at it that way. Now we have breakdown from this wedge, and we're challenging these lower standard deviation bands. Now we haven't quite really gotten into challenging them yet, but breaking down to like that, man, that would be pretty bad. That would be really bad action, and you'd could probably expect a fall of Bitcoin and all of crypto. So that's kind of where we're at. It doesn't have to do that. Here's another thing. this chart structure is a much more compressed structure than what we saw in a macro sense in 2022, or both 2021 and 2022, right? When we were topping out. That structure back there was, both of them were months-long structures. This is more like, okay, it's like a 1 month long structure is what's happening here. So it's rhyming. It has a very similar feel in both back here, you know, where that kind of all-time high was set at like 110,000, just below it, right? The very, very similar feel, almost overlapping with the same 4-year cycle. And the same thing, you know, kind of happening now. Again, it's a shorter, since the timeline is compressed, you wouldn't expect, if there's a crash, you wouldn't expect that crash to necessarily be as deep and as long as the 2022 bear market. But if it does happen, it's going to probably take like quite some time, maybe the rest of the year, or at least half the year, for this thing to figure out how to bottom and come back. It's a very weird market out there, guys. Like, because the way that Bitcoin is acting right now, the way that crypto is acting, I'm not saying it's going to break down. It could just be even a fake out. Like, it's the thing that I don't like about this is that it feels too obvious, and maybe it's just obvious to me because like how these patterns are rhyming. Maybe it's just obvious to me because I look at the charts, you know, and I've seen a thing or two. But you know, maybe it is too obvious, right? maybe this is a fake out, and then we're going to see Bitcoin move towards the upside. It's crazy because gold is pumping. And the S&P 500 is doing great. They're printing a shitload of money. And crypto, it's almost like they front ran their gains, but we expected, like even I expected more than 110,000, or what was the high? Was it 125? I think it was 125,000. Yeah, even I expected a bull market that would go farther than 125,000. So I don't believe in the 4-year cycle anymore anyways. Like, yeah, it's still kind of like residually present. It's very possible that we could get a little mini bear market here, and then immediately start going towards the upside as, you know, the inflation continues to happen and people are, I mean, they're going to buy Greenland for like almost $1 trillion now. I don't know, whatever. But regardless, it's printing money, right? Just more and more printed money all over the place. Just disgusting. So what's Bitcoin doing right now? I don't know, guys, but if it drops below these levels, drops down to these levels, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. I might even sell some bags. Yeah, it could be panic selling, and maybe I'm a retard. No, that's definitely true, but I want to just be slightly less retarded than everyone else, right? That's how you, it's like outrunning a bear. Okay, BTC, the Bitcoin dominance. This chart, I don't know where it's going to go. I was kind of hoping that Bitcoin would go up and that the rest of the market would start going up and that this chart would start meandering on down. At this moment, I have no idea. It actually looks to me like Bitcoin might even shoot for this level up here, the 64% dominance level. The wave magic would certainly indicate that as, I mean, that's what this chart looks like it's going to do from a wave magic perspective, right? You came down, found some support, set some new lines. This thing is now challenging those upper lines. It looks like it wants to go for this blue line right here, which is already tested twice, and it kind of tested right here on that wick, the upper standard deviation lines there, but it never really tested it. So honestly, it does kind of look like Bitcoin dominance might be ready to move up, and that is another signal that, hey, this chart, this problem that we've been seeing here, that this could actually be real. So brace yourself for winter is coming.
What is XMR dominance like, by the way?
Oh, it's very similar to the Bitcoin chart. It's currently 0.3% of the entire crypto market cap.
Okay, thanks.
This number is shameful. It's extremely shameful, and it's a damning indictment against the entire crypto industry that Monero doesn't even have a single % of the entire crypto market cap. It makes me disgusted, and I honestly fucking hate crypto, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I've disliked crypto for a long time because almost all of it is just pure scam, just pure nonsense, pure fraud and fakery. But okay, maybe one day this chart will correct to something sane, and Monero could at least get back to 2%. I can't promise you guys that will ever happen. Like, at least not on any timeline that like we can reasonably say, hey, expect this to happen. Probably, I guess we have a long ways to go. I mean, like we do have a long ways to go. All right. Anyways, so we've got crypto. Let's go to gold. I was looking a little bit at some of the gold ratios. So first, we'll just start with the gold price itself, pushing $5,000, closed the week at basically the all-time high. Oh, do we have any bullish engulfing candles? No, nothing is. Gold hasn't fallen far enough to get a bullish engulfing candle. But still, it's beautiful. Closing at the very top of the candle at the end of the week. That's beautiful. The cabal, if they're in gold and they're running this thing up for some kind of like blow off top and management purposes, steam release valve, then they would do that. But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that that's what's happening here. This seems to be too much bullish action, way beyond statistical levels, anything that makes sense. And usually the cabal, like when you see that kind of management happening, usually there are statistical levels that make sense. And you see that when you break all that shit, it makes you think that it's a fundamental reason for doing so, because that's usually when your model breaks, it's usually because something fundamental has happened. And it does seem to me, especially with geopolitics these days, that is the case. So silver busted through $100. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it closed at, looks like 103. Okay, so it moved even further than when I checked yesterday. Silver's going to keep going, guys. I don't know how high this thing's going. It's moon territory. This shit could go easily into the hundreds of dollars before this is over. Especially if gold continues performing, which we should expect that it will. Let's look at the gold to silver ratio. And in this case, I actually flipped the chart, just FYI. This is now the silver to gold ratio. I don't know why. I just felt like looking at it different. So right now, silver, if it were to like make some, I don't know, go back to that previous peak up there in 2011, we're looking at about a 50% increase to hit our statistical levels and to hit our sort of horizontal areas of significance. And you'll notice this chart is a very long chart. We're on the monthly. So going back, you can see this right here. This used to be kind of like the fair price for the gold to silver ratio, which would be, I guess, about 2%, silver holding about 2 to 3% of gold's same price, which is an interesting way to put it. Usually you say like 50 to 1 or something like that, which is why like looking at the inverse of this chart is easier to talk about, the gold to silver ratio instead of the silver to gold ratio. But, again, just, look at things a little bit differently here and there. See if you can like catch any patterns. The point is that if all other factors being equal, silver would pump 50% if it were to get to like sort of a historic fair value, normal-ish ratio to gold. So that would imply about $150 for silver if gold didn't go up at all anymore. But I mean, please, gold's going to continue going up. Let's look at gold versus the S&P 500. Again, we're on the monthly, very long time frames, and you can see that effectively this was the 2011, the 2011 blow off top in gold. Things were very different back then, right? We had the 2008, the crash. There was sort of the .com followed by the 2008, and then they like jerry rigged the system so that they could just truly blow it back up, right? They could reinflate it, and everyone like, all the libertarians back in those days, like, see, we told you, 2008, and now it's coming. The gold is here, and the paradigm is changing, and it didn't because they pulled another rabbit out of the hat. And I guess those days, what was that, Ben Bernanke? Yeah, Helicopter Ben. The point is that they did some stuff, and it seemed to sort of kick that can down the road for about 15 years. And now the way things are looking geopolitically, I don't think the U.S. is about to fall. The U.S. dollar is not about to fall, but what's happening here doesn't seem like it's ready to slow down. Like there are major problems in the system, and maybe they'll eventually figure out how to rework it, but the mathematics on it are starting to seem very tenuous. The fraud seems to be, so one thing that let's like take a broader perspective here. When it came to like medieval times, kings couldn't charge more than like 10% taxes because the people could barely fucking survive. 10% of barely surviving is dying. So they could only charge so much. Well, the world, society has become so productive that they started upping those taxes, right? 20%, 50%. Soon we'll all be slaves at 100%, I guess. Fuck them, not me. I'm going out with a bang. I'm not going to let them make me a slave. But anyways, and I hope you guys, have a similar mindset. Because you're already dead, right? No, I'm just kidding. All right, that's a little bit too dark. Anyways, the point is that the fraud has gotten so encompassing, saturating every level of government from top to bottom. The corporations, the money printing, everyone has figured out the fucking infinite money glitch, right? All of the corporations have figured it out, and they're all doing it now, and they're all doing SPACs, and they're buying each other's stock in like a, I don't know, a human centipede fashion. So The point is that they're taking so much money from the people now through all this fraud, and it's hard to envision how this fraud is going to stop because they're not going to stop themselves. So the problem is that we're entering a fundamentally different paradigm, different territory. Just reinflating this shit effectively creates an entire underclass of people, and it already kind of half has. And if that continues, then like, again, we're talking about fundamentals, right? The reasons to expect that gold is probably not done and is probably going to keep going for quite a while here. And anyways, it's a very, very long-winded kind of like meandering idea about what's happening. I think we have some XMR chats, so if we want to put those up on the screen, I will read them. We have Quadriocelata and Remsi. Just waiting for them to hit the screen. All right, well, Doug, if you put them up, just interrupt me at any time. Oh, here we go. Quadriocelata tipped 0.0001 XMR, and he says that the Monero to gold and the Monero to silver charts would be nice to see. Oh, I think we did look at the Monero to gold charts a second ago. I don't think we looked at the Monero versus silver chart. Sure, why not? Let's see. So here's the Monero versus gold chart. This is on the daily. Let's go to the weekly. Why not? This is a positive chart, right? This is definitely a chart that's biasing towards the upside. But let's do XMR versus XAGUSD, which is silver. Silver giving Monero a hard time here, right? Monero is basically just in a long-term sideways pattern against silver. This chart is interesting because the volatility is dropping off. These are very poorly drawn lines, but at some point you would think here that'll compress enough and then a new movement will be made, or maybe you could just start doing it now. I don't know. Charts like this also have a habit of sometimes just doing this, right? We could just see this for a long time, and that could be, that could be good for everyone, right? Like if silver goes to say $300-400 and then stays there and then goes to $500-600, and Monero has made like a 3-4x of its own price from here, right? We're looking at a $2,000 Monero in that case. This chart could go sideways for years, and that could still be totally fine for all of us and all of our bags and for the world, etc. Okay, next XMR chat if we want to grab it. Remsi tipped 0.00314. Oh, Remsi tipped a micro pi, a mini pi. He tipped pi divided by 1,000. He says, Bawdy, when Bawdy mentioned last episode, he doesn't believe the BTC 4-year cycle will happen again. Why? Because there was fundamental reasons for why the BTC 4-year cycle emerged, and it was the halving. It was effectively the emission schedule being cut in half, causing supply side dynamics to assist the price boost. And at this moment, when we're talking about, the inflation of Bitcoin is like, I think it's 1.5%, somewhere around there, right? So when Bitcoin finally has another halving and starts to get finally closer to Monero's inflation rate, which is lower, it's like that's the difference between 0.5% inflation and like 0.8% inflation. Or sorry, 1.5% inflation and 0.8% inflation. That's not very much. So the fundamental reasons for that cycle become significantly diminished, and we're in this fundamental landscape where like gold is broken the models and silver's crushing it, and like everything's pumping, and they're printing all this money. So it's kind of like we're both for fundamental reasons and. Well, I guess both sides are fundamental, right? So the supply side and the general macroeconomic situation, it just doesn't look like the 4-year cycle should really hold up. The only reason to expect the 4-year cycle is because other people expect the 4-year cycle, and there's a legitimacy to that. There's a validity that comes with everyone believing a thing, so it happens because everyone believed it, and that could be what we're looking at right now with Bitcoin, right? We could be looking at something like that where we are. And that's why I said, if we're getting a bear market here, and shit, guys, it's not looking good for Bitcoin right now. If it's going to have a little bear market, I expect that it will be a muted kind of, mini bear market. Maybe some kind of like reset happens where it comes back again. Maybe that touch of the previous all-time high, that 74,000 wick down here, maybe that wasn't enough, right? Like maybe that was too far, too fast. I guess I don't know. Bitcoin just it's not exciting. It doesn't do anything. They're all arguing. The community's divided. And it would be, they could be divided and it would be fine, but they're not making, like, there's no progress. Like there's nothing that looks to me like I believe that they're about to scale or provide privacy. Yeah, there was the silent payments, which we've had since forever. But I just don't like, there's nothing in that community that anyone looks at and feels good about. You feel dirty inside when you think about what's happening in the Bitcoin community, the Bitcoin world, and the development and the fundamentals and BlackRock and Michael Saylor. Like, none of that makes you feel good inside. It's all disgusting and gross. And that's what the rest of the world thinks about it too. And they're like, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, yay. They're like the normies kind of like fuzzy, like, yeah, Bitcoin thing, whatever, but it's so much weird, it's like scammy. And they think of that about crypto in general.
You think the privacy, the realization that Bitcoin is not private could be part of what's going on, or the quantum, right? I think, how about the potential of a quantum attack?
No, I don't think any of that's like, those are short-term things that might spike the price like for a moment. But they're not like the quantum thing. Like there's always a new quantum headline out there, and it's going to continue to happen. And it could spike the price one way or the other on some occasions, but it's not driving price by any means.
Well, I mean, it just seemed like big pictures, fundamentals, right? If it's digital gold, and now there's some even just fraction of a concern that there could be a quantum attack, it really kind of, fundamentally attacks the narrative of being digital gold, right?
I mean, yes and no. The story attacks the narrative, but it's just, I don't think anyone really believes that. And I don't think that there's necessarily a reason why we should believe that. The problem is the developmental path for quantum computing isn't like known technology that we just have to roadmap and get there. It's this big unknown where it's theoretically going to become possible, but like we need material science breakthroughs.
Bitcoin is like the target though, right? It's literally, a big pile of gold sitting there waiting for somebody to figure out quantum.
No, Citi and JP Morgan's gonna get got before Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
really, it's just like a bounty. Like, you could go, like, let me go collect Satoshi's coins. I figured it, like, it'd be the first. What else would people contact? And you could do it pretty much anonymously.
Nuclear launch codes.
Yeah, but you want to blow up the world, or you want to become rich? I mean, like, it doesn't mean the people that are figuring out quantum probably don't want to destroy the world. They're probably decent people.
Well, the people figuring out quantum is the military-industrial complex, right? Like the governments. These are the guys that have like the highest technology there. And do they want to kill Bitcoin? I don't think they even want to do that. I think they love Bitcoin. I think they're happy to have Bitcoin be this kind of compromised asset that doesn't actually provide digital freedom money.
All right.
But yeah, the quantum thing is overblown. Like, I'm not saying it'll never happen. I'm just saying that we don't have good prediction mechanisms, good extrapolative mechanisms to make anything resembling a reasonable prediction about when that might happen. It could be in 3 years, they make some major breakthrough. It could take 30 years before anything really happens. We just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just throwing it out there, some ideas.
Yeah. I mean, it's intuitively, the 4-year cycle feels like, it's just not
because
really...
the infighting and stuff, I don't think the broader market really cares. I mean, that's like insider baseball, right? People that are into, but people are just buying this thinking it's a good investment. I don't think
they've all had the chance to buy is the problem, right? Like they've all had, the ETF has been out for like 2 years now. We had the crypto presidency. It's been a year now. I mean, it's there. Like every single person on this earth who has wanted to buy Bitcoin has had the opportunity to buy Bitcoin, except for like, I don't know, Somalia or something, but even them too. So like the problem is like, who else is going to buy now? Like, where's the new adoption wave coming from? I don't see it. You have an economy riddled with fraud and people just, barely trying to survive. They're trying to put something into Bitcoin because they know, like all the normies know, like the inflation is here. Like they can see the fraud. I think a lot of them are vaguely aware of it now, even if they don't pay hardly any attention. Mm-hmm. The problem is that just like, I just don't see where that new adoption wave is going to come from Bitcoin. There's no new narrative for them.
Yeah, definitely not retail. It would have to be, like the governments are stacking it and big companies are stacking it. Retail, they moved on to gambling on,
Well, the government said, they've got their treasury, their Bitcoin treasury, and like the only if Bitcoin can't scale to the point that some government can declare it a currency and actually use it as a currency, kind of like Bukele tried to do, and then like that kind of failed, that sort of collapsed, it seems like. I think there's still like a residual Bitcoin beach, and there's still people like using it there, but until Bitcoin can truly scale in a way that's seamless, I don't see, like, the only way that they're going to make really huge gains on market cap from here on out is either the government and banks just really decide to pump the price for whatever reason, or Bitcoin figures out how to scale in a way that's seamless, and then it starts consuming medium of exchange market cap. So it's not the rosiest days ahead for Bitcoin, but it's also an important thing to note for Monero, because, like, you know, Monero needs to be able to continue scaling into the future. And I know the devs are hard at work at that right now, because there's a lot of cruft in the code that needs to get fixed up so that Monero can support larger transactions, or larger transaction counts. But yeah, I mean, it's a lesson for us too, because at some point Monero, the network, will saturate if we get too much growth, and then we'll have some kind of, you know, that maybe that could cap the Monero price into the future. Very speculative. Don't really know that, right? Just kind of like thinking out loud here. Okay, let's look at the macro, and then we'll be done. Let's not start with Dixie. Let's start with U.S. oil. So U.S. oil, as we talked about, Venezuela, you know, it was looking really bad for oil. This shit was about to collapse, and I was starting to wonder if we might be on the doorsteps of a macro crash. But they invaded Venezuela, and sure enough, oil has continued going up, currently about $61. I think there's a decent chance they can hopefully, I say hopefully, I'm not sure if I should care one way or the other, but, you know, get this thing into that $60 to $65 range, right around here. Like, if they can hold oil in this range, that's going to be really good for the rest of the risk markets. So yeah, the Venezuela thing, again, it's about denying oil to the rest of the world and trying to help prop up the price of oil by shutting down China's purchases. And it's not that much. It's only like 5% of China's total consumption. But, you know, in a global market like that, 5% can make a big difference, right? That can be the difference between oil crashing and then oil being stable at $60. So, yeah, I would expect oil to, I think they figured out how to solve that chart. I think that's what they were able to do, at least for now, right? At least temporarily. And then the dollar index is now falling. Interesting. It's not falling that much, but it took quite a bit of a tumble this week. Maybe it'll find some support here. Again, this line down here, this isn't just some like random line. It is a 16-year line that is very clear on this chart. So probably, I guess, maybe, I don't know what to expect here, guys, but the most likely thing when it comes to currencies is stability. So maybe Dixie will find some kind of support here, right? And then just kind of push sideways. Again, that's what we want. If you want to get some more gains, if you're a stock market bro, or you have your 401k, whatever, you want to see dollar index. If it's falling, like, that can definitely also mean big gains in the stock market as well, because usually that is the byproduct of excessive money printing, right? So the dollar falls, and then, you know, stocks pump. It's not a perfect correlation, but the correlation exists. Let's see. We were looking at silver to the SPX. Yeah, there's room for this thing to run. The silver can keep going. Gold versus oil is a crazy chart. It's like 100%. This is the monthly. It's 100% broken out of anything resembling a statistical band, and it now looks like it's in price discovery. It's interesting because, you know, this was the crash, right? This was the when the market caught a cold in 2021. But look at the way these spikes have happened. It's usually just a few weeks, take the elevator up, right, and then down when we're talking about gold versus oil. But what has happened here in the past years, 2 years? This thing has just steadily, progressively gone higher. It's a very rapid, it's a rapid progression, but it's not the elevator, right? It's just like, it's a mountainside. That's what's happening. This thing is just rapidly ascending a mountain, which is again, we're looking at things that tell us, is it different this time? Is there something fundamentally different that sort of invalidates the past patterns? And gold, again, here's another little drop in the bucket. Yes, this is a different pattern of gold outperforming oil in a way that it hasn't before. Typically, again, elevator up and then push sideways, or, you know, some quick drop off. So again, this is a fundamental event. Don't sell your gold. Don't sell your silver. Maybe at some point move that into property, you know, buy some property if that's what you were looking to do, but don't sell these things yet. Don't sell them into fiat, especially. Okay, I think that's about it, guys. Stock markets chopping sideways. Everything looks fine here. S&P 500 Didn't set new all-time highs. Actually, there was a little bit of an interesting thing happened here. Monday, this market gapped down. I can't remember. I don't know. There was some like news event. Maybe it was Greenland. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Like it gapped down. Sometimes these things happen. It wasn't the end of the world by any means. And then it came right back. So I guess, probably look for some new gains in the stock market next week. That's probabilistically I can say that and then pat myself on the back because that's what usually happens. So it's kind of cheating to pat yourself on the back for calling the stock market to go up. But everything looks fine. Let's take a look at the bonds really quick. Just make sure. Actually, I haven't checked the bonds this week, so this will be news to me. The chart could load. Bonds not doing anything except for the long term. The long term bonds still are keeping a pretty high level. This is probably the long term bonds are probably still pretty high in terms of rates because I'm going to assume that the big boys know that more gains are coming for the stock market. They know that the macro crash is not here. So why are you going to waste your time at 5% in a bond when you could be getting 10, 15% in the stock market? I assume that's the dynamic happening here. If and when the long end of the yield curve starts to move towards the downside, that's when I'll probably or the short end of the curve starts. If the short end of the curve starts moving up, that's actually another fundamental eyebrow raising event. We won't talk about that. If we get there, we'll talk about it then. So, okay, guys, I think that's the price report. Hash rate still high. Transaction count back to 25K. Cool.
Somebody agreed 1987 tipped 0.005 XMR. Salvador abandoned BTC because of threats by the IMF.
Yeah, man, those central bankers.
Well, they were doing it the wrong way anyway. They were doing it through a freaking lightning wallet that was custodial that the government could just rug at any time. I don't know. Chivo, that was it. It was a lightning wallet that the El Salvadoran government could rug at any time. It wasn't actually on-chain real Bitcoin.
Look at what's happened to all of the countries. Every single leader that says, no, screw the dollar, let's do some gold, they all get invaded and their leader gets abducted and usually murdered.
Buddy, what do you think of BitTensor? You mentioned that a couple episodes ago.
Yeah. Let's take a look. I haven't.
It is interesting, man. Like what brought me to starting to look at BitTensor was during the Cubic attack, and I was like, what is this useful proof of work stuff? And that's actually how I found my way there, and I was been looking at it, and then obviously when you mentioned it, it piqued my interest again. But yeah, give us the latest on BitTensor.
So it looks to me like BitTensor does not look like a good chart. I don't know why I should have rebought this thing so many times because I wrote it up, got some good gains, managed to get out pretty close to the top. And all of these times down here, I should have rebought, but I was fearful, and I never rebought BitTensor because when I rebuy it, I want to believe that this thing is ready to make another 10x, right? It's another one of those like punts. This chart doesn't look very good right now. It looks like it wants to break down. And if Bitcoin breaks down, then BitTensor will also break down with it. And I'm not sure where the bottom might be. It's hard to say. I like the coin. I like the concept. It was a fair launch, democratized access to the open source AI. Like these are good things. It's owned, I guess, the Google engineers, and as you mentioned, it's a Barry Silbert coin, so that's a little bit problematic.
Which I think gives it more of a bullish potential, to be honest. But I do like that it was honestly launched and all that, and then just the AI narrative, right? If AI is not going anywhere, right, and if they figure out some decentralized backbone and it happens to be BitTensor,
yeah,
that's gonna be big.
I'm thinking about this year, seeing if I can get like a one of those like doorbell cameras and hook it up to Home Assistant, and then I could get like Nano GPT, the one that takes Monero, to like take a picture of somebody that's outside my house or whatever, and then describe them for me. Like there's a person wearing a yellow sweatshirt who's delivering a package or whatever. That way I could know. That'd be kind of cool.
That'd be badass, man.
Yeah.
You could even so you'd have your own open source code to monitor your own open source
Yeah,
I don't
so
know what they call the door things.
So the camera would be hooked up to Home Assistant, and then when the camera took a picture of somebody at the door or whatever, it would just send that image to Nano GPT and have Nano GPT describe it for me. And of course, I pay for Nano GPT with Monero.
You know, Nano GPT hooks into BitTensor, like so.
It does.
Yeah, for a lot of them, not all of the models, but a lot of the subnets on BitTensor are Nano GPT hooks directly into them. And I think they pay them in BitTensor. I mean, that's the whole point of the network, right?
Oh, wow.
It could be the case that BitTensor ends up being kind of this back end.
Yeah.
You know, because like if I'm using AI at this point, I really want to have access to a bunch of different models, because sometimes certain models suck for certain things, or you need to compare and contrast like different ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like we're gonna need a decentralized AI backbone.
Yeah,
that seems inevitable.
I believe in the narrative of BitTensor. I think it's a great narrative. I would just, I don't know. At some point here, maybe the price will crash enough that I'll be like, fuck it, you know, why not? And you know, maybe I'll buy it back up again and hope for the best. Thus far, and I don't like to make moves. Like, honestly, guys, I hate making moves. I have to feel like pretty convinced. I have to feel like pretty convinced about something to make a big move. Or it has to be so little that I just don't care and be like, all right, well, whatever, fine. Like, you know, Tari, right? All right, let's just put some money on that and, you know, see what happens.
That's kind of what I did with Tari. It's just like, if I lose this, oh well.
I guess, I don't know, maybe if BitTensor drops back to like 100, that's a nice round number, right? Maybe 100. That could be worth trying to get into the coin.
Okay. All right, yeah, like you said, I guess a lot of this depends on the direction of Bitcoin right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking great. I hope that this is like a fake out, you know, where the market makers are jacking things around. It's such a weird, and I know I said it earlier, but it's such a weird environment right now because the macro looks fine. Stocks are going up. Monero is still like all-time, I mean, not exactly all-time highs, but you know, like we just made some new all-time highs. Gold is breaking all the models. Silver is just insane pumping, and Bitcoin is just sitting there. The rest of crypto is sitting there like sucking ass. Like a lot of these altcoins, even ones like Link that you think, hey, this has a reason for existence. It actually is serving a function, a unique function in crypto. Even Link is like just sitting there doing nothing.
If you have a look between BitTensor correlation and Bitcoin correlation, I'll bet you'll see just how much it'll go down if Bitcoin falls.
Let's take a look at the correlation.
Closely tied.
And do we have?
I feel like BitTensor is closely tied to Zcash too. Actually, believe it or not, which I don't know. Maybe it's just it's not. You know, I didn't look at any actual numbers. It's me just watching both in real time, and the idea that Barry Silbert is associated with both, it just feels like there's a pretty strong correlation between the two.
By the way, Doug, if you check, do we have Andreas yet?
Yeah, he's ready to go. He's ready.
Okay.
So
cool. Well, I'm ready to leave.
You can finish your analysis. Yeah, you're good.
It sounds terrible the way I said it.
Well, final question though. So it looks like Bitcoin might have another leg down. So what are the odds that you think we continue to see like Monero climb against Bitcoin, maybe some other privacy coins? You think that's a potential scenario, or the gravity of Bitcoin is just going to pull everything down with it?
I think it's very plausible that Monero could at least tread water and maybe establish the 500 area, even if Bitcoin goes for like some kind of bearish action here. I don't necessarily think that will be the case, but the thing, if that's going to be the case, the thing to look for will be Monero making spiky action towards the downside that immediately comes back. So one of the things, let's just go to the Monero chart here. One of the things that we noticed through what has been largely a bull market, this little spike here, that was the mini crash in April. Everything, like the stock market crashed like 25% and crypto crashed, and Monero had literally a one-day wick towards the downside and immediately came back up. That is so strong. That is so powerful. If there is like kind of bearish action in the crypto market and you see Monero do something like that, especially if it's somewhere along this trend line, like maybe things go bad here and then it does this and there's like a wick down and then it comes back like that, that's probably a really good sign. It's kind of a very generic way of saying that, but what you're saying is very, very plausible. I don't know if that will be the case, but the thing to look for is wicks down that immediately come back up.
All right, guys, we need to move on if we're cutting into Anhdres' time.
All right, yeah,
It's
let's do
afternoon.
it. We'll bring up the guest. Bawdy, thank you so much. Obviously,
Thank you,
stick
gentlemen.
around if you can.
Have a good one there, Bawdy.
Here we go. Here we
You
go
too,
on
man.
the guest.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Anhdres, what's going on, brother?
Hola, how are you?
Good, man. Good. We're strapping in for a big snowstorm over here in New York.
It's pretty cold down here, too.
Apparently, the entire country is getting hit by a snowstorm at the same time.
I would say that I envy you, but not so much because snowstorm is a bit too much. I could use some cold here. It's like above 30 degrees centigrade here.
Nice. Summertime in Argentina, Buenos
Awesome.
Aires.
Above 30 is too much. I mean,
I'll send you some. I'll send you some of us. We have around 18 or so Celsius.
That's the sweet spot. Yes. So yeah, it's hot here. AC all day long, basically. But yeah, that's summer for you. You experienced
Buenos
it
Aires
already.
is beautiful
So
in the summer, though, man.
Yeah.
It is awesome in the summer,
it is.
right? I mean, the winter in Buenos Aires. You guys don't get a lot of. You don't really get any snow in Buenos Aires, right? Like just like
No,
flurries or
no.
something. Yeah.
We had like snow twice in in recorded history, something like that. I seen it once in 2001. Yeah, it's just a mild snow, but yeah, no, it doesn't snow here.
Okay. So yeah, man, you ready for Monerotopia? I know we've been chatting a lot behind the scenes. You've been helping out in a
Yes.
very big way.
No,
Greatly
of course I'm
appreciate
not ready.
Get your plane tickets.
I will
Come
never
on.
be. I will never be ready until the very last minute. But
Tell me
yes,
about it.
we've been working for Monerotopia, and it's looking good. And
Fantastic.
it's looking like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
And the Spanish participation is also like interesting, very interesting this time.
Yeah, we got. I think will be our biggest Spanish portion yet. I feel like.
Yeah.
Because we gave
How
you a
many
lot of
were
time to organize it.
last year? 4, I think.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think maybe 4. Yeah, let me scroll down. Look at all these speakers, guy. Monerotopia is jam packed. It is. It's like the engine is fully loaded. It's ready for takeoff. Now we just have to light the fuse.
I sincerely have no idea how are you going to fit all those people in the
I
schedule.
know. We've done it in
Yes.
years past. There was that one year we had 2 stages. 'Cause
Yeah.
we had the remote talks. I'm trying to stay away from a second stage. We'll make it work. I mean, we have 4 days. So the first day will start promptly at like the first talk. We might even push it back to 11 a.m. guys, because we have to fit everything in. And then the rest of the days will be like 8:30 till 7 every day.
Are you guys doing a media thing like you did the very first day last year, where you had like the little media conference or whatever?
Yeah, they're trying to do that, but that kind of screwed us up last year because we weren't really organized for it. And it's like, should we be talking in English? Should we be talking in Spanish? Ideally, they would come on Saturday when we have all the Spanish speakers, but they're like, oh, we don't work on Saturday. So it's like, like, all right. So we haven't really decided on that yet. But Anhdres has actually been working with them. I think, right, you kind of did a virtual press conference?
Yeah, last week.
How did that go? Was that did anybody show up?
Yeah. There were many, like it was a Zoom call, and there were many like journalists and stuff like that. It's always weird because it's I mean, most of them don't know anything about Monero itself, so even less so Monerotopia. So you have to like basically start from scratch. And crypto, almost. I mean, I would say 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Bitcoin, yeah, sure, something like that. So basically, half of the conference is roughly explaining them what Monero is, and what is not only what, not so much how it works, but what it is and why it exists. What's the role of Monero in the current world? Some of them are interested in the broader economy landscape, so to speak, and how crypto fits in there. Some of them more interested in the privacy aspects. But I think we have a lot of work to do in joining both things together, right? Which is what Monero does. It's basically like privacy and money in one. Right? So the whole crypto thing is like, okay, crypto, Bitcoin, investment price, or in the best cases, how we'd avoid some kind of regulation in some places, I don't know, like payments overseas or stuff like that, no? I mean, roadblocks. But it's like they don't think a lot about privacy when it comes. I can do faces as well, right?
I know. I got my little.
She's not watching. Yeah.
My 1-year-old. She's so cute.
I know that kind of multitasking. I know that kind of multitasking. I know. I am on the same ship. But yeah, what I've noticed is that yes, a big gap in knowledge about crypto in general, besides the pumping of Bitcoin some years ago, stuff like that. Stable coins are huge in Latin America, at least in Latin America, but also in the rest of the world as well. So some of them ask about that.
Right.
Like,
The privacy, they're like, what? Why
But
do we
they
need
don't
privacy?
they don't join both aspects together. It's like if there's privacy, they understand like messaging and stuff like that. Okay, Google and all your things is online, so that's not cool. But money and privacy, they haven't like mixed together that well in their heads, and I think that's a big opportunity for ourselves and for Monerotopia.
Yeah, for sure,
because, well,
for sure.
you know I'm a believer, but I only think that this is gonna get worse in a sense. So Monero value proposition is gonna get more enticing with every year.
For sure. Yeah, and in terms of the media that you were talking to, I think you had one of them like followed up, and you had like just a one-on-one interview.
Yeah, and that was the best of them all because the other one is kind of like passive. It's basically like me giving a talk about that and Monerotopia and explaining how the event works and what you can find in there, especially geared towards the Spanish speakers. So I'm trying to sell that, but also the English. I was gonna say section, but it's basically also selling the aspect of the conference that, while most of them is in English, that's a good thing because you get the opportunity to see international speakers on stage and off stage, right? And speaking with them. So I don't know how many of those mediums or journalists are like specialized, like crypto or technology. Some of them are like super mainstream.
This was an economy magazine or newspaper?
Yeah, there was the biggest one was like economic newspaper. Yeah, no, it's a newspaper. It's a big newspaper.
I mean, it was a good time too because Monero was pumping at that time versus all of the crypto. So if the guy even
but
just,
they had no
Googled
idea,
it,
for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Not
Like-
one of them asked me about the pump because
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
they don't follow Monero. So yeah, I mean,
Amazing.
you can get like discouraged about the whole thing, or you can see it as another big opportunity that you have a lot of room for growth.
Yeah.
And I think we can cater a lot with the marketplace and all that to like more normal people. And I think I'm trying my best to based on the experience of the past years, right? I mean, some of them were, but most of the Spanish people assisting, going to the conference, weren't like too technical. So what I've tried to do with the talks is like having 2 or 3 of them that are like of a high level, so in complexity, what I mean, but at least 4 of them are totally understandable and friendly for newcomers. That's the gap that I'm implying from my experience in past years. That of course the English crowd that goes to Monerotopia in general, and even flights to Mexico for Monerotopia, is more technical and it's more advanced.
Yeah.
But the local attendees are a bit more like basic in that regard, because they are like curious. So I try for them not to like face a wall of technicality the moment that they enter the dome. It's like, this is not a conference for me. So yeah, we have like very low level like talks, and then some more technical talks. Some of them,
Awesome.
I mean, if you didn't have like the super full roster, some of them could perfectly be like English talks for of interest for a Monerotopia audience. I mean, some of them, for example, one of the people speaking in Spanish, which, by the way, sorry, for those that are listening to this, they understand English, right? so I'm just letting them know that most of the Spanish speakers also speak English.
And most of the talks will be in English. Like the Spanish is going to be the
the
Saturday
Spanish is just
morning.
going to be like these 6 talks. But the Spanish speakers, of the 6 Spanish speakers, 4 of them speak English, right? So if you're interested in the topic, don't miss it out. And even if you don't understand fully the talk, you can approach them afterwards, see the slides, and ask them about stuff, because they are English speakers as well. For example, one of them, I haven't seen that in English so far, is part of a team that I've met here in Buenos Aires and also at Monerocon. And they work on IRC tokens on Starknet that are private by default. So then you can put there like stable coins, whatever. I mean, it's not Monero, but it's like kind of similar ethos when it comes to privacy value transmission. So I think that for example, in that case, which is Casio Happy, I think that is a good speaker, even if you had it in English, because I personally think that the Monero community has turned has a lot of lack of knowledge about what is happening in the Ethereum camp of things, and Ethereum is huge. And say what you want about the things that I don't like about the Ethereum Foundation and the way the Ethereum is set up, but at least it's evolving and changing stuff much more than Bitcoin. So it will not surprise me. And actually, this past year, Vitalik himself said this is the year for privacy. Like privacy is normal now. So the Ethereum as a whole is like jumping on the privacy wagon, and I think it's an opportunity to start talking with people working on those projects, because it's also a place where they have some funding usually for development and stuff like that. So the Monero ecosystem can feed from that as well.
Yeah, I was just having some thoughts. I mean, obviously, it'd be great if we could get the vendor. I know we tried this last year to get the vendors to come into the dome and at least like hear one of the talks, like maybe like the Monero 101 talk. But maybe we could at least broadcast it on the speakers out in the market area. Like we'll have the talks playing out throughout the conference, but maybe we could get the speakers turned on in the market area, so at least they could hear the talks.
You know us, you know me, you know Ernesto. You know, I mean, the moment that we start before we start the Spanish talks, especially mine and the ones that are like introductory to the whole thing. I mean, you cannot have. I mean, you can, but you should not have like vendors on the marketplace that don't have no idea what Monero is or why we are doing the whole conference. So it's like we are totally okay with just being outside and start yelling at people. It's like, come into the dome now. Come to the dome. Just 15 minutes.
Yo, the problem is they don't want to leave their stand.
No, I know. Get someone to look after your stuff. Yes. One of you. I mean, if there are 2 of them, there's just one of you come.
Depending on how many volunteers they could, we could offer to like do the. Have the
I know. That's what I tried to do last year.
They won't trust the volunteers.
They don't trust them. Exactly. They don't trust them. You know,
I mean, it's what was the thing like a high trust or low trust society? I mean, it's like in Latin America we have a low trust society, in a way, because it's very adversarial with like private property and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we compensated by being like extra friendly on the personal touch, so to speak. But once when it comes to belongings, it's like okay.
As soon as you turn your back,
It's more likely that the guys like just take the whole thing and take it with them to the dome, and then put it back.
and then put it
Well,
back.
yeah. If we see that people want to come and we see that many people don't want to leave their things, I propose that the next year we just put like a loudspeaker and a board.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Outside, yes.
So I'm gonna have the speakers outside. I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to arrange it so the speakers in the market area will just be blasting.
No, but
what's
just
happening in
just
the-
make the introduction talk outside. I mean,
Oh yeah, we could do
me
that.
I stand on a chair or something like that, and
I mean, we could technically
Listen.
do that. We have the outdoor stage. The hard part.
yeah,
now
where the music is playing. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the stage out there. I mean, if you didn't have slides and stuff, actually, we'll have a big TV. It's possible. We could do it.
We could do
Could
it.
do it.
We can try. We can try. You know what we can do? I mean, yeah, this is like working live. We can do like a soft, shorter version of the whole thing on the first day.
Okay.
For
How do you
this,
do that?
no, outside. I mean, I could do like a short Monero 101 version outside. I mean, at the kickstart of the conference. So from then on, the vendors, at least they saw a bit of what Monero is about.
Yeah. Or we make that our second stage and we have you guys do the talks out there. And then that allows us to keep doing talks in the dome too. Like if we want to, move.
Ah,
things
you want to
along.
push us aside? Okay, okay, okay.
No, because it makes sense because you have all the 100 Spanish people
Beware,
hanging out out there.
beware, dog. Yeah, beware. Well, we like.
We're gonna keep the English speakers in the dome and kick all the locals outside.
I mean,
We
we
can-
already
we are-
have a big TV out there.
Yes,
Like we have multiple
I don't
big
know what the
screens.
numbers
We can move
are. Beware, dog. I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe we are the majority. Beware. Yeah. We just take
then-
control of the
and then we
entire
don't have-
conference and leave you inside in the dome, trapped with all the English speakers.
It's actually doable.
Yeah.
I mean, and then what we could do is we could just record. We wouldn't live stream those talks. We would just record them, and everything else in the dome gets live streamed. I don't know.
I don't see a problem with doing that. You could just record that specific section and then just put it up later.
Yeah. Because everybody that's listening to the live stream are all, the English speakers that are listening to the live stream. Which, by the way, live stream, because I know, Shortwave, you're always asking, when's the virtual conference ticket going to...
Yeah, I heard that
sorry,
it's gonna be free this year.
It's going to be free. It's going to be free thanks
gonna mess
to
with
all
you.
our sponsors, particularly Beldex. They put us over the top. Excited to have Beldex, by the way. I know very little about them, but I know they're like an OG privacy coin. Some
Thank you,
Monero
sponsors.
People are, yeah. So
What? I'm just messing with the audience. Yeah.
So yeah, excited to mention that virtual conference will be free this year. Just be like watching a Monerotopia episode, except it'll be 4 days long, 8 hours a day.
Well, we are getting there, right? Monerotopia episodes are getting like longer and longer. I've noticed.
I know. Theoretically,
Yes.
I could just let this thing run. So wait, tell us about the speakers. Actually, I don't even recall everybody right now. Tell us. Obviously, I know Alessandro.
Yes,
I see Capu is coming. I love that dude.
You remember him
Yeah. from
because
Argentina.
because you went with him to Formosa.
Yes. He was like he kept me alive in Formosa. He was my travel buddy.
Now I'm like joining the dots.
Yeah, awesome
yes,
guy.
he was like super eager to come to Mexico and speaking in there. Well, Capo is speaking about, it's not his line of work, but you know him. He's one of those like Monero friendly characters that have a lot of interesting things going on in his life. But let's say that he will speak about Qubes OS and adversarial computing and techniques.
Very smart dude. Yeah.
Yes, very, very technical and smart dude. And also very fun dude.
Yeah, he's like very personal, constantly, No shortage of words.
Yeah.
So
Well, I already talked about Casio. Casio comes from the same group, so to speak. So they know each other, and I know them as well.
and what is he talking about?
No, Casio is talking about the development of that project that is Tongo Cash, which is that protocol with 4 RRC20 tokens with CK Snarks. It's a CK Snark developer. So it's all like privacy.
Wait, which guy is that? The guy in the bottom
Casio.
left?
Yeah, Casio Hub.
Okay.
And then you have myself, and I will be talking about Monero and Monerotopia, just like last year. With a different angle this year, my plan for the talk, my notes are less explaining, because you keep thinking with these things, right? And based on the feedback of the audience, I will be basing more on what Monero is and why Monero is important, and what does it come to solve in the current landscape of the world. Not so much telling people that haven't thought before that money is important to be private, and you already like in 2 minutes are explaining how ring signatures work. It's like, yeah, I understand it, and if you do it right, they understand how it works, but they don't have the.
So you're going to focus on the why.
On the why,
how.
more on the why. To me, it's like absolutely linked to the why for Monerotopia as well, which I'm not just saying this because I'm live here, but I truly believe that it's something that we should work to keep existing.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll make
these in-person gatherings, like the yearly MoneroCon has its place, which is like super Monero only and super Monero focused and a bit more technical sometimes. Monerotopia is a bit more welcoming, so to speak, to other coins, but also different ideas, and it has a very different vibe. And I think what you are both are doing with Monerotopia, giving a space and also catering to Latin American audiences, is great, and nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
And we are not China, but we are like a big chunk of the world. I mean,
for sure.
And Spanish is like the third most spoken language in the world, something like that, or the fifth. I don't know.
Yeah,
so,
and a lot of people, in that part of the world understand that fiat is a scam, right? Or
for sure.
Yeah, it's like they don't.
I already told you. You have half of the sale is done. I mean, it's like, you don't have to convince them that fiat is shit. I mean, you just only have to present them what the alternative is.
Yeah. Well, Mexico a little less than Argentina, right? Argentina, people are like, they treat it like toilet paper, but Mexico, it's not as bad, right? The inflation isn't as bad.
It's not as bad. But they absolutely depend on the US.
And then the other point, I'm sure you're going to I'm sure you'll make this point, but I think something that the Mexican culture.
Sorry, but for example, in the past interventions that we do like our own Monerotopia live spaces, the cake spaces on Mondays.
Yes.
And some of the Mexican listeners and participants of the space are like they are not dealing so much with inflation or devaluation right now, but they are like worried with some of the developments on the privacy aspects of everyday life. For example, there was like a rule, I don't know if it's already implemented or not, or it's just law, that from now on, for example, you have to present an ID to get a phone number, for example, even if it's a prepaid card. I mean, stuff like that, or network censoring, or social media monitoring, stuff like that is already starting to appear in Mexico, which is something that is not that broadly appearing in the list of, at least of South America, right?
Metatron tipped 0.0005 XMR. I think many Mexicans will go this year. I hope this isn't the last year the event is held in Mexico.
We count of you, Metatron. Metatron lives in Mexico. Metatron, bring like 50 friends.
Yeah, no, I think there could be a groundswell this year because we've been there already 2 years. The vendors have seen their Monero go up in value, right? So we've told them, obviously it's not all the same vendors every year, but word, is spreading in that community. There's some Monero maxis now among the vendors that are like,
Some
yeah,
believers.
Monero.
Yes.
They're excited that Monerotopia is happening. And then we've done this. We tried to use this publicist for the last year and now this year. So I think something can catch there. LabitConf I'm talking to because they were supposed to actually. I didn't even know this. I don't know how we missed this. I guess it really wasn't announced till last minute. But they were going to have LabitConf this week. I think it was this week or like last week. It came out of nowhere. They're like, we're doing LabitConf in Mexico City. I saw it on X. I was like, what? This was like a month ago.
And then like a side event or something because the last
it was a real one, and then they ended up delaying it because I guess they realized
because the last LabitConf was here in Buenos Aires again, and it was in November, just like every year.
No, if you go and check it out, go on X, go on their account. They had announced it, they were going to do it, and then they called it off. But we have one of the guys who's organizing it. He'll be at the conference. Actually, he'll be one of the speakers. The guy from Bitso.
Okay.
He'll be talking in English.
From Bitso. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he could do both. We could have him do a Spanish, but I'd rather have him do, I think, an English talk.
It's okay.
But my point is, there could be a groundswell there, and maybe LabitConf helps us get the word out a little bit locally. There's this other conference that reached out to us that's doing a crypto thing after us that wants to have
invite
a stand.
Rodolfo next time.
What's that?
Invite
which
Rodolfo next one.
Oh, Rodolfo from
yes, from the LabitConf.
Yes. He's always welcome to join anytime.
Yes.
El Jefe, yeah. But yeah, I think there could be a little bit of a groundswell. Back to the points to be made to the locals to convince them. And I'm sure this will be part of your talk. Just the cash, the fact that cash is going to be eliminated, right? Because I think they're so used to using cash on a daily basis in Mexico, right? This realization that one day cash may not exist in physical form, you're going to need a replacement. Maybe that can strike a chord with them as well. I don't know.
Look, that I can say that I've been saying that for now years. Even if you see my talks on LabitConf, for example, like a couple of years ago, already declaring that cash is dead even here. And it's happening faster than people thought they were going to happen, because it's never going to happen like that fast in Argentina or Latin America, because we are super cash-based and 50% of the economy is in black markets. And bullshit. It's happening so fast and people don't care. That for sure that Mexicans, Argentinians, Uruguayans, people from Paraguay, everybody's feeling it. And it was just convenience. I said it like once and again, at least for Latin America, you don't need regulation. We have more regulations than enforcement here. I mean, basically, that's the way that at least Argentina works. I always say laws are guidelines, basically. So we're getting a bit more serious lately, but for everything that is economic, that also that to say that, yeah, they were saying like, cash is never going away. I'm seeing that happening live.
All right,
fast.
We need to hold you hostage for 15 more minutes, Andreas, while we get Tony here. So we're gonna hold you hostage.
Tony's running slow. All right. Yeah, no problem. Oh, actually, I don't know if Andres has to go. I know you have things to do at some point, but
yeah, well, just wrapping up. What I'm saying is that everybody is like having issues with cash here, and I'm sure that in Mexico is as well, because everybody just have their salary digitally, and they started. You can pay for any groceries now, or for any like vegetables, just for very small sums, which not used to be the case here. All with your phone, all QR codes, pay to tap, everything super wide, and people are strapping for cash. Sometimes you some things you have to pay with cash, and it's like, oh, fuck, I don't have that much left. Like even pay for dinner with friends is getting like cumbersome because I don't have cash with me, which never happened before, right? So it's only a matter of time for the first regulation to actually drop and make it more expensive for people, or like taxes to be more higher, or something like that. And the fuse is light because everybody is using less and less cash very fast.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that in Mexico is the same thing. So we need to
problem
replace the physical cash with the digital cash, and everybody here knows what the digital cash is. So Monero,
right,
to the moon.
But the disconnect there, you tell them cash is being eliminated, but the hard part is to get them to care about that. It's like, well, all right, it's being eliminated. Do I care? Like,
they care about commissions. They care about fees.
Mm-hmm.
For example, what happened here is that we have the lethal combination here, which was nobody accepted credit cards or debit cards or everything like that because you had to pay fees on those, right? Or even if you do like the QR code payments with Mercado Pago, stuff like that, if you do it like a payment, it takes fees out of you. So nobody like, I don't want to accept it, or not for small sums, or it's a different price, 10% discount, stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But once we had the system that made it very easy for bank transfers, which is something that I don't know how the US lives in the past. Bank transfer, P2P, person to person, are free and instant in pesos. Everybody started using P2P bank transfers for everything. People between people, me with friends, me with commerces, they just give you like a, they have the QR code or something like that and say, like, okay, no, don't pay me like that. And they have written on a paper the alias of the bank account, so you can search for them easily and transfer the money.
Because that was the cheapest way?
Because that's free.
Okay.
And instant. And your only worry is basically cash for all intents and purposes, besides taxes, which you are still depending on the tax agency to look at your numbers, but it's not automatic, you know. And since they are not doing that much, a lot of people, especially small commerces, use bank transfer for everything.
Oh, so you're saying there's two systems? The one with the QR code uses the payment processor who automatically tells the government about the taxes that are due. But instead of doing that, the merchants, especially small ones, will decide to just take personal bank transfers.
We live in a gray area because everything that is a payment, of course, has like the taxes included and it's like super legal, and also the payment rails have some fee on them, like even big ones like a credit card, like 3% or even more, 5%. But P2P transfer between individuals are not taxed and they have no fee by law. It's like the banking system because they wanted to get people into banks. So you have it's like a perfect storm of ease of use because you have your bank number, your bank account number, but you can pick yourself your account alias, which is just text. So I can be like Anhdres something, right? And it's super easy because people don't need to know. It's like Zelle or something like that. So you have your username.
I was going to say Zelle. That sounds like Zelle in the US. Not every bank has that yet, though.
Yeah, but this is like countrywide, and every bank is the same standard. And not only banks, all the fintechs that you use on your phone that are not banks but are like financial or crypto to onboarding and offboarding, everybody has to use the same system. So it's all, as long as you are transacting in pesos, you can send to anyone with any account on any bank, and it's like that. It's like a WhatsApp message. It's instant. The same happens in Brazil with the PIC system. So what I'm saying is that every country that says, okay, we are doing this for the well-being of our citizens, and they apply easy to use bank transfer peer-to-peer with no commissions, the rest of the payments like get shrink. Of course, if you go to McDonald's, they just make you pay with a credit card, right? And many places as well. But for everybody else that don't want to pay fees or they want to decide how much taxes they declare or something like that, it's all P2P. Actually, when you are transferring, you see the name of the owner of the shop because you are not transferring money to the company. You are transferring money to the individual. That's why it's free of fees.
That doesn't.
And everybody's handling like that. It's super widespread.
I can see why people do that, but that still doesn't seem like a good idea if you're trying to avoid taxes.
No, it's not. But you can see how it's a gray line, because, for example, if I go with my friends and have dinner, and it's okay, we don't have crash. Okay, one of you, we don't split the bill. So one of them pay, we split the bill between ourselves, and we settle with each other. We don't make like 4 different payments to the restaurant, right? So maybe you have like 40,000 pesos transfer between you and another individual, which is your friend. We never declare that. So basically, my friend could be my friend who lent me some money and I pay him back, or he could be like a merchant that just sell me groceries. It's the same. So the system cannot tell the difference, right? You know what I mean? So unless you are super
Yeah, I mean, if you own a restaurant and you're getting
and you get like 300 transactions, of course. But even in that case, you kind of like, it's a bit loose, you know. It's not 100% what you need to declare. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, no, this is from the restaurant. This is for another thing.
I mean, they can very quickly button that up and automate it and be like, all right, tax that guy.
But they are kind of doing it. That's what I say. That it takes one like. It takes for the government to turn the heat on a bit too much, or to put someone in jail or whatever, for people to say, I wonder what we have that is kind of similar to that system, that it works kind of as well as this, but without the risk of getting those issues with the program. Yeah?
Exactly.
I wonder if we were some cash but electronic, and that's where we come into play.
Monero.
Yes.
That's where Anhdres comes busting through the wall.
But still,
Monero.
But yes, it's the Monero. Yes, fungibility. Yes, but still, it's not the case. So we are just. It's just like with the it's just like with the price. That it's like, I don't want Monero to go to the moon. People don't believe. I don't want Monero to go. I just want to be steady and upwards.
Yeah.
Steady and upwards. So we don't get as many speculators. People that decided to keep the Monero from last year on the marketplace, they are happy because they see, it's worth a bit more now. So they don't sell, so they hodl, right?
Exactly.
And the thing works like a good kind of money, and you're not afraid to use it because, maybe tomorrow it's gonna be worth double that, and whatever, I will feel guilty. It's just money. Use it.
Exactly. It leads to more usage because people don't start to super hodl thinking it's going to go up and up and up and up and up.
Yeah. So I'm just seeing the screen now. Another interesting speaker that we're going to have is Sajolida.
Yeah, who's that? He's with Tor?
He was with Tor. He was for Tor. Yes. Okay. Yeah. He used to work at Tails. But Tails now it's a part of Tor, so they absorb it, and but they keep it. Tails continue to exist, and it's gonna just under the same umbrella. And he will be speaking about how to use Tail and Tors for your normal life and protect your identity online. But it's one of the guys that I will, because one of the questions that he had for me was how technical do you want it to make it? And I said, the Spanish talk, just do it like from scratch and on, and he's gonna be having a workshop.
Yes,
so
that's what
basically the talk is just explaining what Tor and Tail is and how it works, but then hands-on on the workshop, like how to install, how to solve problems, how to use it with Monero, Tails as well. And I encourage everybody that speaks English and doesn't speak Spanish to approach him with questions and stuff like that, because he promised me to even have some not so public news about the project. So
fantastic!
Yeah, that's cool. Kind of cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tails is something I haven't gotten the chance to use, but because my computer actually won't run it.
His workshop's going to be in English or Spanish or kind of both, or.
His workshop was going to be for starting in Spanish because it was a part of the Spanish thing. But what I talked with him is that, okay, let's gauge how much interest there is, because basically we're going to be like next to it. So if more people are speaking, or you can do it at the same time for both Spanish. That's what I did
you'll
last
get a
time.
lot of the Monero bro, like people that are there
Yeah.
for Monero might want to go listen to that one. That's cool. That
Yeah,
workshop.
I'm saying this right now, especially for the Monero folks, because take advantage of a tour guy being there for all your technical questions, for everybody that you are curious about the implementation of how to, or for example, with Tails, how to easily put like a Monero wallet in the persistent storage on Tails, and it's one of those places when I keep like pestering and bothering the Tails guys, and I will keep doing the same thing, and I will keep doing asking the question until we have like a Monero wallet by default pre-installed in Tails.
It would be cool to have Feather Wallet and Tails.
That's exactly my wallet of choice for Tails. It looks like a not perfect fit. It's like the Electrum of Monero. Tails already comes with Electrum pre-installed. So it's either come pre-installed with Feather, or probably changing the way that packages are installed. Just a one-click, very easy operation. So if you need Monero, it's installed and it's part of your Tails experience.
Oh, that's awesome.
If Feather has an app image or a flat pack, that might be doable.
The app images, as far as I can understand, it's a bit more technical to install, but the Flatpak is, I think, the way that they are thinking about doing it. Yes.
Cool.
Oh, wow.
I cannot say more. Ask him when
Ask him in
you
person.
see him around. Yes. Convince the Tor people that we need Monero there by default. Yes.
All right. I do see Tony is now backstage. I think he's ready. I don't see his camera on though.
Yeah, he said on the Signal chat that he's here, so we might have a Tony.
Okay. Looks like he's coming to life. I see things happening over there now. The workshops are going to be awesome. Actually, Nim just reached out to us. They want to do a workshop as well.
Hey, look who came. Oh,
Everybody at the end starts piling on. They start piling on.
We tried. Okay, it looks like they appear. Okay.
Yes.
Anim was summoned.
Harry Halpin hit me up. I was like, yeah, man,
Yeah.
sure, come on down.
Yeah, I hope they come because they are useful.
For
And,
sure.
and if they send the same people that goes to the Spanish events, like the Ethereum conference back in Buenos Aires, which are the same ones that went to the last Monerotopia. I don't remember the name. Is the Spanish guy? Okay.
Yes,
No.
he spoke. He spoke at the last one. Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Real chill
his name.
dudes.
All right, let me. I guess that's it. Let me go ahead and play the news. Andres, anything else you want to say? Anything you want to put the word out on? Monero related? Anything else? Anything else you want to shill?
Yes, I can shield Monero stuff because just us being there and approach us and blame us, complain about bugs, talk with us. We are cool. We are gonna. I ordered the regular amount of stickers as last year, and we are putting more. And maybe we are gonna have like an unofficial, officially unofficial kids exploitation labor of selling stickers.
That is
on a
part of
table.
the theme this year. I have Franya making all the bracelets with her little fingers. She's like, but she's getting paid. She's getting paid in Monero. So
That's the whole idea. I mean, I don't care. It's not a good business for Monerotopia because we provide the materials and we don't get the rewards. But yeah, I think if besides me thinking it's fun, I think it fits the whole Monerotopia vibe, which is finding as many ways as possible to use Monero, like to make microtransactions, to buy stuff. I mean, I hope that this year you get the stand with the little tacos again. Because they were so good. Once I discovered them, I remember they were like $1 tacos. They were super small, like tiny like this. But just keep going back and back all day long. Just give me two more. Just give me two more. So yeah, and for kids, if you're listening to this, and you're near Mexico, and you're thinking about bringing your kids, bring them.
Oh yeah,
because it's totally not like a boring conference with just grown-ups. And the place is beautiful. It's full of greenery. You have like little paths around to discover and play with stuff.
Magical.
But the thing is enclosed, so you are not worried that they're gonna like get lost or something. There's like one door, and everything inside is super fun for kids, and they have a great time, and they go around and it's just for swag from people, from vendors. It's a great opportunity for them to explain to them what you're working on, if you're related to Monero or what you like, and make them install their like a Monero wallet on their phone, and just give them a bit of money and say, just you buy your food, whatever, understand, or you buy something for you, and they'll learn how to actually use it in real life. I mean, and you get no other opportunity basically, sadly nowadays, than Monerotopia for that. I mean, it's the perfect place for that.
Exactly. Yeah, my kids will be down there. Franya will be using her hard-earned Monero. I'm sure she'll be looking to spend it in the marketplace.
You just have to keep her away from the magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yes.
She already knows these things.
No
I
mushrooms.
talked to her about everything. She knows. She's like, hell no.
No tequila. Yes. That's a tequila. And no tattoos. No tattoos.
She knows adults do silly things.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. My plan actually is to put all the wallets together in like the Monero 101 area.
Yeah.
So that's where people could, get on board.
Troubleshoot everything. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. They could talk to Moneruju. They could talk to Cake,
questions.
Edge.
I'm just imagining like a brawl breaking out between Monfluo, Monerujo, and Cake and Edge, and like you just got these people like fighting each other.
A Mexican wrestling scene. No, it's all.
If you say something like that, I'm not saying that you are that way, right? But it's like only someone that only like it lives on Twitter or something could say such a thing. Because if you have been to any Monero event, MoneroCon, Monerotopia, whatever, any gathering with either Monerujo, Cake, or like Edge, or whatever wallet is there, we all get along together, super fine, super friendly.
I was just joking around anyway.
Using each other's hats and T-shirts. We
Yeah.
just don't care. I mean, and that's one of the things that I like about the Monero community. We are small enough for us to care about each other. I mean,
yeah. And same with the privacy tech projects, right? Like you have the Xano guys hanging out with the Monero guys, hanging out with the Pirate Chain guys. Like everybody.
If you don't talk about coins, I'm being sincere here. Not territorial. I mean, maybe between like Monero and Pirate Chain or Zcash for sure. It's like it's a zero-sum game. But I don't believe so. But I don't think that the wallet space or the exchanges are really a zero-sum game.
Exactly.
Because there is a lot of room to grow still. So all of us are better off if one of us goes well, so to speak. If Cake breaks and gets like $5 million, it's better for Monerujo because more people will discover Monero. More people will eventually say, okay, well, I like this other wallet better or whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. We are very, very small.
A rising tide raises all ships. Yes. All right, man. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for all the help you're doing with the conference itself. And look forward to hanging in a couple of weeks, man.
Oh, thank you for giving the opportunity to help with this. I think it's important. I actually think it's important.
Yeah. You've been a big part of this.
It's important and fun.
It is.
Yes.
It is a great time.
It's a great time.
And warm too. No snow in Mexico City. It should be perfect weather. I mean, it's very dry in February.
I don't want to jinx it, right?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it
we get
either,
like four days of rain. But come on, like winter in Mexico is so good. It's like 20 degrees all day long.
It's gonna be beautiful. A little chilly at night. Bring a sweater for evening, but during the day, 70s, sunny.
But sweater, not like a wool sweater, like a light jacket.
Wool's good. Wool's good. It breathes.
Yeah, perhaps it's like 20 degrees or 18.
It gets a little chilly at night, man. It gets a little chilly at night. It really does. All right, let me go ahead. Actually, I'm going to play the Monerotopia ad, and then we'll do the news. Anhdres, obviously stick around if you can, but I think you got to go. Family time.
I had to go.
All right. Adios.
Thank you. Bye.
Ciao.
Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará.
Alrighty. And now I will play the news segment and we will bring Tony on up.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right, Tony, what's going on, brother?
What's up, everybody? So it's been
Back
a
in the
while.
States?
So yes, I'm back now, and so I have been back, but I've just been so busy with work. So I apologize for not being on for a while. But I do want to say Happy New Year for everybody. Still January, so I can still say it.
Yeah, you can still say it.
How
Happy
dare
New
you
Year.
not be on for a while? We just, how dare you?
I know I missed I missed it, and I got back into reading news this week, and I started to get back my dose of craziness. Holy crap, especially with WEF. But yeah, how are you guys? How are you guys doing?
All good, man. All good. It's, ready for Monerotopia. I mean, it's this is the busiest time of the year for us, I guess, right before any Monerotopia event. So it's everything's coming along. Actually, feel really good about it. We have all the speakers on board, all the sponsors. Everything's pretty good to go. So just been focused on that.
So I do have some news. So I am gonna come this year, actually.
Oh, no way, bro.
Yeah, I just texted Sunita. Yeah, like this morning.
Oh,
yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah, so
awesome.
Yeah, like I'm so
everybody's piling on this year, man. Nobody wants to miss Monerotopia. It's good. It's good to see.
Oh, I'm so happy. Yeah, so I'm just not sure if I can come the 12th and the 13th. I'm trying to. The 14th and the 15th, yes, but I think I'm gonna try to do the 12th and 13th because also like I want to help. If there's anything that I can do, of course, I would love to.
Yeah. Fantastic, man. Good
yeah,
news.
It's crazy how time is flying. I just remember the first one, and it was chaotic, but it was so amazing. Everybody loved it. Every single one is amazing. So yeah, I definitely can't wait. So guys, talking about it now, in case you haven't bought your tickets, just do it. Don't think about it. If you can, if you have the possibilities, if you can take time off of work, then just buy your ticket and just come, because it's such an amazing time. Everybody gets along. You get to speak to everybody. It's not like at other conferences where the speakers give a speech and then they just run away, and you can't talk to them like at the Bitcoin conferences. Like, you're gonna have Arctic Mind behind you. Like, it's just crazy.
You're gonna be eating microdosing shrooms as you're talking to Arctic Mind. It's pretty a good time. I'm not gonna. It's kind of a dream come true for me. And I think others as well.
Yeah, it's such an amazing time. And then also, like Andreas said, because when you spend time on Twitter, you see all these different people from different coins and whatever arguing and whatnot. But when you come to a Monerotopia, a Monerocon, everybody gets together, everybody talks, everybody has a good time, and that's all that matters. It's all Zcashers, like, I don't care, whatever. The only goal is privacy and having a good time. So if you haven't bought your ticket, then please do. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of activities, lots of speakers. So it's just going to be an amazing time. And I never met Tux. I've never met. So I'm excited to meet all of you.
Oh wow, you never met Tux in person? You met Bawdy?
No, because Bawdy maybe like a little bit
in Miami years ago, but you guys probably didn't know each other as Bawdy and Tony then, obviously.
No, maybe I've seen him like a little bit, but no. And Yeah, Tux, like when you guys were in Miami, that's exactly when my car had issues and it was at the shop and I couldn't come. But yeah, so anyway, I'm excited. And to end, yeah, so Happy New Year, guys, because I didn't get a chance to say it. So Happy New Year. I hope you guys all the health, all the happiness, and a lot of privacy.
A lot of gains.
And a lot of gains. So actually, let's go into the gains. Wow, holy crap. So Monero is finally going up. I think it happened on a Saturday too. And let me bring up the chart on CoinMarketCap. So let's see. Yeah, it was about, that's freaking nuts. Yeah, the beginning of the year. Like I saw it jump to 500 and I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. And then it jumped again to 800. Yeah.
About time.
It's about time. And yeah, I mean, we don't like to speculate on price and talk about price, but it does. The more people use it, the more it goes up in price, the more it's used. So that's a good thing. And hopefully that more and more people are going to learn about Monero and realize how amazing it is and how special it is. And we have a lot of stuff on WEF from this week. I'm still unpacking all the news and all the things that's been happening because it's a lot of stuff, but we do have a couple of things to discuss. So to start lightly, I have this post from Monero Wire. They posted, breaking, for the first time ever, silver has surged $200. Is Monero next? Monero has already broken $100. About 8x that. And what is this Timu Monero logo that they slapped on here? It's pretty funny. And the memes are funny too in the comment section. But yeah, definitely when you spend time on Twitter, be careful and read more into what people post because people throw all kinds of numbers. Like I've seen somebody said that UAE is gonna invest $4 trillion into the US, which that's a lot of money. I don't know if that's true. People like to throw numbers around and information. But and then FIU India bans crypto exchanges from dealing in privacy coins like Monero and Zcash. So this is from the Financial Intelligence Unit of India, and they don't like Monero, and they also don't like Zcash, which is interesting. Now, moving on. So if you guys are coming to Monerotopia 2026, this is from Siddhartha, and he's going to have his paintings there. If you do want to buy any, he's going to have a live auction there. Sorry if you're watching from Twitter and you can see this, but they're really beautiful artworks. So there's going to be a live auction at Monerotopia. And if you have the space in your luggage to carry one, then, and if you like any, then go ahead and buy one because they look very cool. Now, okay, so we'll talk in a bit about the optional transparency and all these things. I'm going to go into WEF news. So first up, we're going to talk about the kill switch for cars. So apparently on section 24,220 of 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, so it requires new vehicles starting this year to include tech that can detect driver impairment and shut down your car. And people might think, well, that's amazing, cool, okay, so we're not going to have drunk drivers on the road. That's amazing. Well, it also means that the government can just shut down your car if they want to. Like, it's just a start. But of course, it sounds nice to the people that don't think a little bit ahead. But so yeah, the goal is to prevent drunk driving. Yay, great. Systems that monitor blood alcohol content and stop the car from starting if you're over the limit. Sounds reasonable until you think about what else this enables. False positives could strand you. This is huge. Hackers could exploit the system. And here's the big one. The government or manufacturers could theoretically disable your vehicle remotely. The law includes privacy protections against data sharing without consent. But those safeguards are only as strong as the enforcement behind them. So privacy protections against data sharing. I mean, it's already being shared with the main concern, which is the ones that can shut down your car.
And I'm sorry, but freaking car manufacturers are not security firms. There are all kinds of leaks in those systems.
Yeah. So that's another thing. It's just dangerous. It's just dangerous. Like 100%. I mean, we've already been seeing in the UK, in Australia, how if you post something on social media about a certain politician, then they're going to come at your door and they will take you away and jail you. We showed that in the past in here. So, I mean, they can do that with your car as well. Hey, you can't drive anymore. You want to run away? Well, you can't. Or you want to just drive and get around? Nope. And we know that's happening in China with their social system. So that's insane. That's just insane. And yeah, this is another one. This is from Thomas Massey on this topic as well. He said federal law says new cars after 2026 must monitor drivers and shut down if the car disapproves. Your dashboard should not be the judge, jury, and executioner. And David Icke responded to this as well. If you guys know David Icke, I think he's considered to be. I mean, I don't agree with some stuff that David Icke says with the reptilians running the whole world and all these things. I don't really subscribe to that. But he talks a lot about draconian measures and all these things. I learned about him during COVID, so you can check out his work. It's interesting. He's also considered a terrorist, I'm pretty sure, in certain countries, just because of what he talks. Like he's considered a terrorist. I forgot what countries, but he's banned from some. And so he wrote on this that this is an so predictable advance towards the total control of human life by AI, and is just a step on the road to the fast arriving driverless vehicle that will dictate where you can and cannot go. Amazing how Trump is claimed to be demolishing the deep state. When the deep state agenda for total control of humans goes on and on, you are being played, people. And that's what he had to say. Yeah, so again, like all these safe measures that sound great on the surface, but they are really not. Like it kind of feels like we are babies and they need to keep pushing on rules and rules and rules. Instead, they should really focus on the education. I mean, if the person is educated, you don't need to explain all these stupid things and put all these rules in place. But of course, they don't care about people being educated. They don't like that. But with AI, the future is kind of scary. Seacoast Equity Academy, looking forward to meeting all the pros. Yeah. Amy, I have done that. Okay, that means probably that you bought your tickets. Awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a very good time. So I'm excited. And this one is from Gap. Lola tweeted. She said, please don't scan your eyeballs at the Gap. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And it says, Gap World, join the real human network. At Gap, we believe in originality, authenticity, what makes us human. We're also a San Francisco brand founded in a city known for innovation. That's why we're partnering with World to bridge the gap between humans and technology and our data centers. So many places in the airports I've noticed. Even so now, when I came back from Europe to America, they used to have a lot of officers verifying you. But this year, they replaced them. I haven't seen any, actually. I just went. It scanned my face, and I don't think I could just not do that. Like, it just scans your face. And then you go on, and that's it. And that's all the verification you need. And then I went to a gym back home. And I mean, you can enter with the phone, you press on a button, whatever, you unlock it, but it can also scan your face too if you want to enter the gym and you don't want to use your phone. And then I keep telling my mom, like, this is not okay, because she said, wow, this is cool, it's so fast. Like, yeah, it's fast, but your face is now in the database. And I don't like that. That's not okay.
By the way, Doug, we have some XMR chats we haven't read yet. Agreed 1987 and looks like Metatron. So if you want to pull those up so Tony can read them, that'd be great.
Yeah, if we can do that. I used to have this power too, but I don't think I do. I do now.
Otherwise, Tony, you could just read them off of XMR chat directly.
Yeah, I don't see them. I guess I'll just keep. Or can you read them for me? Or I guess I'll just keep going. And
look, we got Agreed 1987 tipped half a Millenaro, and said Salvador abandoned BTC because of threats by the IMF. Oh, I think we read that one already. And then Metatron, half a Millenero. I think many Mexicans will go this year. I hope this isn't the last year. Oh, wait, no, we did read those. Never mind.
It's okay.
I was wrong. Well, you got them read again, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I do hope locals come too.
Continue, Tony. Hope. My bad.
No, you're fine. I mean, I do hope locals come. That'll be cool. Hopefully we get a good crowd this year as well as in the past years. So yeah, this one, more stuff on biometrics. Hustle Bitch wrote on Twitter, so holy shit, global elites begin AI-enforced biometric control. This is the last year you will ever use a password. And so I'll read a little bit on this. Actually, wait, do I have this video again? Hold on, because I think I do. No, okay, so let's play this video and then we'll discuss it. But basically, why use a password which it can be stolen? It's people can steal it when you can use yourself as the password, your biometrics, your face, your voice, your fingerprint, and then whatever you're trying to sign into can decide if that's you or not, which it's convenient. You don't need to think about password. And that's the thing, that's the scary part, is that a lot of people, they're not going to think about the security implications or what that could really mean down the line by just giving your biometrics and all these things. They're going to think it's very convenient, and it is. Like, wow, I don't have to think about passwords anymore. Like, everybody loses their passwords. I forget my passwords. I mean, I write them down, but then for some stuff, I forget my passwords. I do them again, and they're long and all these things. So yeah, you scan your eyes and you put your finger and boom, you scan your face and you're in. I mean, that's convenient, but at what cost? The cost.
What is that open source? What is that other one that's been pushed? It's not passwords. It's like key.
Key fob?
No, I can't remember the name of it right offhand, but basically it creates a public-private key for each website, and it'll only work on that site for you. And then you use your. I know that you can use it on open source software, which is why it's interesting to me. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it right offhand. I know Google and like the big companies are all talking about it, and I can't remember the name of it right offhand. Coinbase has it.
Passkeys?
Yes, that's the one. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks HBS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Passkeys, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's watch this video, guys.
We're here in the UAE, which is really at the forefront of the use of AI in government. One of the things that people often ask from developing countries, but also developed countries, is, well, what's the importance of having that basic digital infrastructure in place? You know, cloud services, data centers, digital identity. How important are these things to put in place so that the rest of the system works effectively?
Well, I think one of the most important things is not to put the digital infrastructure in place and make sure it is secure. There are new technologies right now. This is the last year you will ever log on to an Oracle system with a password. We have biometric logins. The computer recognizes you. It recognizes your voice. It might ask you to put your index finger on the return key. And we're absolutely certain it's you. There's no reason to enter a password. In fact, passwords are too easily stolen. We can make sure that we're using the latest security technology, and it is going to be biometrics assisted by AI to make sure that you are in fact Tony Blair, and I'm sure you are.
And what if we don't agree that you're Tony Blair anymore, right? I mean, it can just say, okay, we're just rejecting you. And your whole person is literally rejected, like your own biometrics, and that's it. I mean, you can't go around it or, make a new password, blah, blah, and you log in and boom, I'm a new person. No, your whole being is being rejected, potentially, if they don't like you as I don't know, for things you've said in the past. But just what's interesting is that whenever these people give these talks at WEF and they talk about these crazy things that are going to happen in technologies and biometrics, and just look at their face. They don't even then they're not bothered by it. They don't care. Like, it's just something for them normal, and it's coming, and that's it.
The enter key is a horrible place to put a fingerprint reader. I'm sorry, but
It's okay.
like one of the arrow keys would be better because it's easier to get to.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's like
We're here in the UAE, which is
sorry. Yeah, so that's concerning too. Like, like these people have kids as well. Like, do you go to your kids and say, hey, yeah, so we're gonna have you and your friends in our system, son or daughter, and then yeah, maybe you can travel where you want, or maybe you cannot. It depends on what they say. Yeah, it's crazy. Moving on. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna tie this into what we've been talking about. So, because now they want us to be lonely, just by ourselves, focus on ourselves, and not on community, not on family, not on friendships, and all these things that are very valuable in life. And they want us to be separate. And then I see some posts like this sometimes, like, stop socializing at work, no drinks after work, no weekend picnics, no lunch with the team. Colleagues are not your friends. Jesus. Like, especially during this time, it's very important to, and that's why I think like Monerotopia is so amazing. We talk about all these things, which they are depressing. They really are depressing. They worry me, they worry you guys, and it should. But then when we are together, it's just so much better. So I think this is stupid. Socialize, make connections. This is what life is about, after all. And I think the guys at the top, they wanna break it. Essentially, they just want you to be some serial number, some biometric that they can use, and you're just gonna be their little slaves, and they have all the power and all the stuff, and yeah. So break the system, get Monero, socialize, go out, have a beer, love life, because they probably fucking hate that you're enjoying your life. Now, okay, let's play more stuff. Actually, let's take a little break from WEF stuff, and we'll be back in a second. So the Netherlands to tax unrealized Bitcoin gains. Netherlands is moving towards taxing unrealized capital gains on Bitcoin stocks, bonds, and other assets after Parliament voted to overhaul annual income tax filings. Under the new system, investors will tax each year based on changes in asset value, even if nothing has been sold. I think this is just ridiculous. But yeah, that means both realized and unrealized gains will be taxed. Critics warn the shift could create serious liquidity problems, forcing investors to pay taxes on paper gains without having crashed out.
Should have had a Monero.
Yeah, should have had a Monero. But my God, how can you tax something that is unrealized? That's just wild. That's just crazy to me. It makes me ugh. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Now, we talked about this in December, and it's coming soon. This is huge. This is big. So the New York Stock Exchange announces a new tokenization platforms. Everything is going to be tokenized. Everything. So it's a completely new trading venue with 24/7 operations, no market hours anymore, instant settlement, stablecoin-based funding, and no bank wires, tokens natively issued as digital securities. So this is big. Think about what this means. New York Stock Exchange will run 2 exchanges. It's the old one, then the new one, and they're not choosing between traditional and digital. They're operating both in parallel. Now, tokenized stocks enable a world where settlement happens on-chain, custody lives in wallets, not DTCC, trading never stops, capital formation happens in stablecoins. Yeah, this is huge stuff. Now, I mean, you can already trade a lot of stuff 23 out of 6 days, like Forex and commodities, some commodities and stuff like that. But even if you can trade 24/7, I mean, you still have to, still certain hours are going to have the most amount of volume, just because New Yorkers wake up and Londoners wake up, and that's when there's more activity rather than when they're asleep. But yeah, this is big. This is very big stuff. Essentially transitioning the whole financial system onto onto the blockchain. That's a lot of money. That's gonna be poured into blockchain. That's a lot of money. So that is big news. And then, so Lola tweeted too, would anyone from Zcash like to clarify who in the fresh hell thought it was a good idea to appoint a guy from WorldCoin as the interim CEO of a privacy product? And we have Stephen Smith over here. So there's that. All right, now let's go. Okay, let's go back to W. Yeah.
If you didn't know they were cucked before.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna play a little bit from this. So this is BlackRock and WEF boss Larry Fink confronted in Davos, and then I have another one with the former Google CEO too. Okay, so let's play a bit, like a minute or two.
Thug, sir. Larry, how are you doing this year in the spirit of dialogue? That's can we have a conversation this year? Are you up for a conversation this year?
What about the spirit of dialogue, sir? Did you mean it, or was that another lie?
Obviously, since last year, you've been, I guess, promoted to the co-chair. Is that because if you want a job done right, you might as well do it yourself?
Last year you took photos of us, sir. What did you do with those photos?
Why are you so quiet? What does the spirit of dialogue actually mean, Larry? Does it mean anything? Is it like pretending you care about the carbon footprint coming here on a private jet?
Why is your bodyguard pushing me into the street, sir?
Just asking you to keep your distance. Excuse me, sir. Watch the baby.
Why was the would-be assassin of Donald Trump in one of your corporate videos, sir? Isn't that a bit weird?
Do you feel any responsibility as a Jew in the current climate where there's a rise in anti-Semitism and people blame Jews for everything, saying they want to control the world, and when they need evidence, they point to you? You're the example every anti-Semite gives, and it's hard to fight. Do you feel any responsibility for that? Don't touch my mic, mate.
Okay, so yeah, it's not a very productive interview, as you can see. It's a bit of a monologue, not much of a dialogue, but and I get it. They're busy, you know. They gotta get to Davos and talk about all the horrible things they're gonna do to us in the future. But I don't know. I guess if I were them, I'll just keep walking to the conference and still say something, or you know, if I was a benevolent person, to assure the public that it's all good. But yeah, so there's this one, and then we'll play a bit from the Google one.
The sparring match between the U.S. Embassy and Europe over censorship.
No questions.
You're the one who came up with the memo about a spell check for hate. Remember that memo you wrote in an article about 10 years ago?
I think that you should just stop interviewing me.
I know, but you're a censor by nature. You're the guy who came up with the whole plan.
I think you're being offensive.
Well, does that mean I should be censored, though?
No, I didn't say that. I think you're being offensive. I think you should stop.
Well, don't you think you have an obligation to talk to the public?
No, I do not. And I certainly do not have an obligation to talk to you.
You're the one who fired the starter pistol for censorship in the whole industry.
Wow. Amazing that you know this.
Well, I read the article.
You did? What article?
It was either in the Times or the Post.
How interesting.
You talked about a spell check for hate.
Now what you're doing is you're having fun at my expense.
The web theme is...
My God, what a problem.
It's a spirit in dialogue.
My God!
Why are you screaming?
Amazing.
You're not in control of your emotions.
Because you're pressing against me.
Is this a spirit of dialogue? Is this a spirit of dialogue?
I'm not interested in a dialogue with you.
But that's the entire theme.
Not. You are now harassing me.
Who do you want to have dialogue with?
Harassment is illegal in Europe. Why don't you let me get through?
You want me to go to jail for talking to you?
No, I actually would like you to leave me alone.
Well, you won't leave us alone. You're the one who...
Okay, so I can pause the video, so I just have to exit the whole tab. But oh wait, no. Okay, that exits the whole screen. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay, one sec. Hey, can you guys put my share screen again?
Doug.
Oh no.
You better hope he didn't walk away.
Yeah, can you put my screen up? Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to exit the tab because I couldn't. Okay, there we go. Yeah, guys, so the first one, they weren't talking much. Now the ex-Google CEO talked a little bit, and if you feel cringy right now, then I do as well. But yeah, these people don't want to give answers, and that's very suspicious. Like, keep walking to where you have to go, but at least say something, or But that's disgusting behavior.
Those guys do a really good job, right? It's pretty hilarious. They go to Davos,
Yeah.
and just like hanging out. Oh, they're getting some good calories too, going up and down those hills in the in that
Yeah,
cold
for
weather.
sure. Yeah,
trying to talk to these people.
I know.
I think it used to work a little bit better when they first started doing it because they caught people off guard. They were answering questions. I think everyone's got the memo now, and like nobody wants to talk to them because they don't want to be caught, saying something stupid.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which it's smart in a way, like you just don't say anything and you keep walking. But in the same time, it's just very, very suspicious. Or you can act like the Google's former CEO, and that was just...
I mean, it's powerful to
see
them getting confronted in public, ask these pointed questions, and they just ignore.
Yeah.
Like they do not care. Because lots of times what they're asking is revealing the truth, and they want to hide the truth.
Yeah. Press for truth is good at these interviews. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, and then I think this is the last thing that I have on WEF, and then we'll go back into some Monero stuff, and that's it. But so this is the Israeli historian Yuval Harari, which maybe you know. And then he's been talking a lot about AI. And he's saying that AI will eventually take over all religious texts. He predicts that AI will control every major world religion, including Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Harari pointed out that Judaism defines itself as a religion of the book, granting ultimate authority to words rather than to people. What happens when the greatest expert on the holy book is an AI? Oof. Okay, so let's watch this.
Do you know? As far as putting words in order is concerned, AI already thinks better than many of us. Therefore, anything made of words will be taken over by AI. If laws are made of words, then AI will take over the legal system. If books are just combinations of words, then AI will take over books. If religion is built from words, then AI will take over religion. This is particularly true of religions based on books, like Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. Judaism calls itself the religion of the book, and it grants ultimate authority not to humans, but to words in books. Humans have authority in Judaism, not because of our experiences, but only because we learn words in books. Now, no human can read and remember all the words in all the Jewish books, but AI can easily do that. What happens to a religion of the book when the greatest expert on the holy book is an AI?
So it's interesting to think about, but it's just very very cold and inhuman.
We're basically already there. It's just crazy, right? I mean, I'm just picturing somebody walking into a cathedral or temple and getting on their knees and talking to an AI.
Oh Jesus! Oh my
right?
God, that sounds absolutely terrible.
All right.
Oh my God, I can imagine he probably pissed off a couple Muslims in the crowd. They probably said, "Hey, Habibi, come here a little bit. I want to tell you something."
You will worship the AI, and you will like it.
Yeah, like these people in this at the top of the AI field, like Ben Goertzel, I think his name is. He's the one behind Sophia, and he talks about the future of AI, and they all talk about these things like it's okay and it's normal. Yeah, like you feel depressed, then just tell the AI and it's gonna pump some dopamine and you're gonna feel good. Or that happens, like it's just ridiculous. That's so inhuman, and that's just so freaking cold.
You say that you're depressed. Society has you confused. We got medication for you that you'll probably abuse.
Yeah. Oh, that even rhymes. Did you just come up with that in the moment?
No, no. It's a song by Tom McDonald called "The System." And if you haven't heard it yet, I seriously recommend you go listen to it because it's awesome.
Yeah. It's been a while, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Frank said Satanist. Yeah, like it's cool. Oh my, like, oh, jeez. I just can't imagine going to a church and then the priest is an AI. It's an AI. Like yeah. Like we're humans. We need human connections, and that's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and pisses me off a little bit. So whatever. But see, that's the good part. We're gonna be at Monerotopia, and we all share this resent. But we're gonna have some tequila and some mushrooms, some of us, and have a good time, and forget about it a little bit. But definitely during these times, I think the sense of community is very, very important. Like what we have here to navigate these times. I think that's very important, because lonely, it can really get to you. Like these are pretty serious and very disturbing things that they're lining up for us. But anyway, so that's all the depressive stuff that I have for this week. And let's just talk about the optional transparency a little bit. I didn't get to look into it too much. I just got to look into it because I kind of took some time off from these things. But yeah, so actually I'm going to bring this post first. So it's on optional transparency and whether that's good for Monero. And I'm going to read most of it because I think it's good. So it's an important discussion. And as you may know, Monero is on track to implement the optional transparency features such as outgoing view keys with the next hard fork in the cared addressing scheme. And these features allow users to optionally disclose their entire transaction history for auditing purposes. And they also simplify implementation of hardware wallets. However, the wallets already work well. And now it talks about optional transparency versus optional privacy. Obviously, the Monero's long-standing strength, and we talk about it every single day and week on the show. And it's about the uncompromising privacy by default. It's that you have default privacy. It's not like Zcash. And that's what sets Monero apart from every single privacy chain and everything else. And this is why it's special, right? So this person is saying, but if we add features that make it easy for users to optionally reveal their transaction history or holdings, I'm afraid it won't stay optional for long. Compliance teams, regulators, and authorities can start demanding the disclosure as a standard practice. Refuse to share your view keys, you suddenly become suspicious of money laundering, and that can happen for sure. Your coins are now coming from an unknown source. They can say that, and you cannot spend them, right? That can happen, and it can make Monero's optional transparency very similar to other chains' optional privacy. The worst part, if you've shared a full view key at least once, your holdings are essentially transparent for regulators. The voting accident excuse won't work anymore, and they could always detect if you're spending your last funds. But you can simply refuse to share your view key, can't you? Of course, there'll always be hardcore privacy maximalists who never use KYC, never share their view keys, etc. But the success of the Monero project depends on its mass adoption as a private digital cash. And if you want to live free, yeah, Monero has to become successful. I do hope businesses start accepting Monero more often without authorities monitoring every transaction they make, like real cash. Moreover, even if you never share your view key, some of your peers might do it. That's the problem. In that case, transacting with them will leak data about yourself, and you won't even know about that. And that can be a big problem. If view key sharing for compliance reasons becomes widespread, it could be disastrous for the privacy of all users, eroding the mandatory privacy principle altogether. So why make it easier for AML to compel regular users to compromise their privacy? And the last thing that I'll read is about the physical cash, and that's that it doesn't have view keys. Of course, individual bills, they have the serial number, but it's more of a flow of cash, not a feature to facilitate audits, and it's used rarely against real suspects, not as a standard practice to track everyone's transactions. So it's a nice comparison. Now, I just looked into this, and there's another post about the optional transparency as well, and how that's a trap. Why new view keys could be a Trojan horse for Monero's fungibility. As you can imagine, if you guys want to add anything, because I'm still looking into it, but I mean, I would say that I don't like it. I would say that I'm opposed for now, but I see.
That's just why we need people and businesses to accept Monero directly, peer-to-peer in the circular economy, and not give these view keys. The more you keep your Monero off of exchanges, because that's where these are going to be demanded, is on exchanges. So as long as you're not trying to send your Monero to Coinbase or Kraken or whatever, you're pretty much going to be fine. So just don't send them to places like that. If they demand your view key, that should be an automatic no. It's like, no, I'm not using your service if you're going to demand a view key. Fuck you.
Okay, maybe don't say the fuck you, but
no, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah. Okay, so you can say fuck you. So what do you think about this optional transparency? I'm still looking into it.
I don't really have an opinion on it, although I guess I'm all right with it as long as it's not overused.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah.
It's a good topic of conversation for Monerotopia for sure.
Oh, for sure.
I'm sure once we get a panel and we get the big Monero guys up on that panel, we could discuss this. Especially Jeffro, who's one of the guys behind implementing it.
Yep. Okay, so that's it for this week, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys gonna have a good week next week. And yeah, buy your tickets for Monerotopia. Hopefully I'll see you there. It's coming very soon. Like always, like and share. It helps us. And if you ever have anything to say, I'm watching the YouTube chat while we talk, so I'm watching that as well. If you guys have any links that you want to discuss, please share that with me, and then we'll open it and discuss it. But yeah, hope you guys have a good week, and then we'll see you next week.
Awesome, man. Thank you, Tony. Great job. HBS is saying the benefits of Carrot are immense. As Tevrador suggested a while back, wallets could continue to provide the ability to create legacy wallets, i.e. without the outgoing view key. Yeah, it is a great topic to discuss. We could talk about it now as we bring everybody up on Viewers on Stage.
There is a super chat from Joe Stalin, if you want to bring it up also, Doug.
Okay. HBS is also saying the caveat is that legacy wallets cannot benefit from the PQ turnstile unless their outputs would be unspendable if the turnstile is ever activated. Okay. Don't fully understand that. Kind of maybe get what he's trying to say there. Joe Stalin tipped 0.001 XMR. You know what's even crazier than taxing unrealized capital gains? Taxing earned income, which we all live with here every day in the U.S. You're literally punishing people for creating value for society. How insane is that? Yes. This is true.
Joe Stalin. What a name.
Right? Like, we're shocked by unrealized capital gains. We should be shocked by the current tax system as it already stands.
Right.
Some of us are.
Yeah. And also Minge wrote in the private chat. So Tony, I literally predicted this last week. The new attack on Monero is FUD about the FCMP update. It's not optional transparency. It's literally the same thing as Monero has always been, except now the calculated balance is correct. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've always had view keys, but the thing is with our view keys, you're only able to see incoming amounts, right, and not outgoing. Now with the new view keys, you see both. So there is a difference there. But yeah, we could discuss this with viewers on stage.
Yep.
So let me go ahead and run the viewers on stage. Tony, thank you so much. Obviously, stick around if you can. Super excited that you will be attending Monerotopia. Yeah. Haven't seen you in a long time.
I know.
Our long-lost son, Tony.
my lost parents. Yeah, I'm so happy.
One of our adopted children.
I'm so happy.
I think we consider Tux your adopted brother as well. So
hey, I'm happy.
You guys can finally meet.
All of us.
All right, let me go ahead and run the viewers on stage, and we could talk about all these things.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using your privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. Go to xmr.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
All right. Let's bring the people up.
Hello.
How's it going? We got Remsey. What's up, man?
Just hanging, getting ready for Monerotopia, of course. I got to book my flights. I feel like the flight for me is going to be like twice the cost of the ticket.
Oh, shit. How far are you coming from?
I'll be coming to the East Coast, so yeah, it'll be like basically a Monero. It will be my cost on the flight.
Don't forget to use that service. Yeah, Shopping Bit, because they offer a discount.
I looked at it. It didn't seem like it was that intuitive. There used to be Travala I used to use, but then that got X because of the Binance delisting. Isn't like Shopping Bit like an agent? Like they're like, oh, you need to do like you should book at this hotel or something like that. Like
I mean, I think they try to make it more convenient, so you could just pop in there and like be like, yo, I need a ticket to Mexico by this date, and they'll give you options.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
it's like a concierge. They're trying to be like
I don't know what kind of fee they take on that, but I see what you're saying. Okay, it's just like
you go in and you tell the agent you want to go to Monerotopia from February whatever to the whatever, and then you tell them what like you want for a hotel or a price range or whatever, and they'll give you options, and you can do that way.
Okay, yeah, I guess that could be more convenient, I guess, but yeah, I don't know what kind of fee they take on that.
Listening to people complain
they take
about
a fee, but there's actually a Monerotopia promo code that would basically eliminate that fee. So you'll be back to square one on that. Alaska, what's up? Ming, what's up? Ming, I'm tempted to call you by the other name. I know you by.
Yeah, I know.
The sound of the
I don't mind. I took this name because it's my username in the Twitch chat, but I recently noticed that the Twitch chat doesn't show up in the comments section here except for the XMR chat thing. So.
Okay. How's it going, brother? Glad you've been jumping on a couple of weeks in a row. Nice. Always love to see it.
Yeah, no, everything's fine. Just chilling. Kind of annoyed by the whole view key thing because it's.
Yeah. What do you think, man? I mean, there is a difference, right? Because the view keys now show.
There's a difference, but at the same time, because I've been lurking the chat in. The Matrix chat about it, and basically the way view keys are now, the way I understand it, is that they already more or less give analysis companies enough information, like if they have the view key to detect spends on top of just incoming transactions, they can also kind of detect outgoing transactions, and on top of that, they could already persuade you to give out like key images, which actually prove certain spends from the wallet. So
but I guess if you give out a view key and then you give out key images, you're still not giving out your future transaction history, right? It's only
but they can see from the view key like, hey, you've been sending transactions here. We know you've sent transactions, and we need to see them. It's like it's already enough information. That's number one, and number two is it's a private key. Don't give it out. If there's some exchange telling you like, hey, we want your view key.
Don't use
Shortwave already said it. Fuck you. Not doing that.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically how it's gonna have to go down. It's not the same, right? They theoretically could put a gun to your head and ask you for your private key, right?
Exactly.
Like the U.S. government can, the feds can say we need to see your private key to do your taxes,
or they can say like, you have to use this approved type of wallet, which has like, I don't know, like privacy issues, like telemetry bullshit built in or something. Like we will only send to approved wallets or some bullshit like that. Like don't use centralized exchanges. At least not like Binance, Coinbase, etc. Just use RedoSwap or Sarai when it's out, or any swap servers. Like just buy Litecoin and swap it to Monero with Trocador or something like that.
Yep,
it's nothing new to Monero, guys.
Nonetheless,
we've been doing it for years.
People are gonna FUD it. They're gonna be like, it's like Zcash.
That's what they're doing. I predicted it. It's gonna be about the FCMP update. They're gonna make it look like it's a bad thing, and like, oh no, we're just like Zcash now or something. Like, dude, shut up.
Yeah. They're gonna criticize the keys. They're also, I think, gonna criticize. They're gonna say full chain membership proofs isn't tested tech, right? They're gonna call.
Yeah, they're gonna
now,
come up with some bullshit like that, even though they're the ones using ZK snarks and whatever.
Right, we accused them of moon math for years, and now they're gonna accuse Monero of moon math. So that should be fun.
It's either legacy tech or it's not tested enough. It's like
Yeah.
they'll just, either way.
Yeah.
All right.
If you do that, if you don't. Heads I win, tails you lose.
Whatever. Bring it. Bring it.
The only thing that's really concerning about that, though, is people who aren't like, you know, a typical Linux power user, or like, you know, advanced enough to kind of piece together for themselves the truth of the matter. My biggest concern is if the FUD was effective enough, they could peel away a significant chunk of the Monero user base with that kind of like paranoia. But I don't know that that's going to work, because at this point, people have gotten very comfortable with the fact that someone somewhere is trying to convince them to stop using Monero, you know?
Yeah, exactly. There's been so much FUD out there. I think people don't trust the FUD, you know?
Yeah, but you do bring up a good point where we should probably like bring out some useful infographics or something that you can share that very like simply explains what it's all about and what the new update actually entails and what it doesn't entail, to, you know, to make it clear for techies, whatever you want to call them, how it works and what the benefits actually are. And yeah, I think for the majority of Monero users, like casual users, the view key thing doesn't even really matter, and it might as well never concern them. They might not even know that it's a thing. And if they stick to like Feather Wallet
you
or
know
Monero
that
GUI,
like
then
actually Reddit guy is gonna just start going to town about like some fringe case of, oh well, actually, if you were to give out your view key, which nobody does, and then it were to fall into the wrong hands, which is very unlikely, and then you just never switched your wallet, which like almost everybody does, like they'll create this whole like the thought experiment about how Monero is now cooked, you know, like they always do.
Yeah, but like pretty much every wallet I know that's actually trustworthy already has like protections built in, like, oh, you have to put in your password first before you can actually get to the view key, or it has a warning on it or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say another thing you should do is all wallet software. Yeah, they can show the view keys or whatever, but they should definitely put up big warnings that say, hey, don't do this unless you actually mean to do it because of these reasons. And then give like a bulleted point list of what can happen. Or something
Yeah,
like
exactly. Also, what Slave Blocker says is true. People, yeah, when you talk about the view key, of course, you mean the private view key, which is called a private view key because it's a view key that's meant to be private. To put it simply, you don't give it out.
Not your keys, not your coins, not your keys,
Exactly.
not your
It's
coin
not that much
history.
different from any other coin. I mean, the view key is different, but I mean, like the way you treat it is not much different from any other coin.
And isn't it fascinating how like the FUD is completely ignoring like how revolutionary these upgrades are in other ways, and how big of a deal it is that they're actually like just about ready to push out and be integrated into this whole ecosystem here. But then they can chase down this rabbit trail about view keys, you know.
Oh, that's required. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
We have Slave Blocker mentioning that I did not share the StreamYard link. He is correct. Sorry about that, guys. I put it up there, so anybody that wants to join.
Is Body actually there? Is he AFK?
And Slave Blocker also just in case for the future, you can always find the Monerotopia link on xcancel.com/Monerotopia.
I don't know how you know all of this stuff, dude, but that's just awesome.
Yeah, we post the link with every time we post a show on X.
Yeah, the link is always the same, I noticed. I still had it in my browser history, otherwise I wouldn't be able to join either.
Oh, I actually didn't know it was the same. I just always go to.
Yeah, I didn't realize
yeah, it's always the same link.
I'd never noticed that.
I think unless we change the main show link, which we do sometimes, but yeah, it should be the same.
That's actually kind of convenient, though.
Yeah, I never noticed that.
Earlier, listening to Remsey talk about ticket prices, just like it's kind of a punch to the gut, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Coming from Alaska.
It's a small fortune every year to go down there. Like, and I bought 4 because taking my whole family too. So it's like
I might actually go to MoneroCon this year.
Yeah, it's they've been doing work. They've been getting their sponsors, so it sounds like that's actually going to happen alongside the Bitcoin Film Festival this June something. I don't know the date exactly, but I know it's June.
Yes.
The Bitcoin what festival?
Bitcoin Film Festival.
Film festival.
In
Yeah,
Warsaw,
BFF
yeah.
is what they.
So we all just pretend
online
like,
will be abbreviated to BFF.
Are we all just gonna pretend like they didn't give Doug a bunch of flack about sponsors for all of these years and just like,
oh my god,
like are we
they
doing
slowly
that now?
became
Or
Monerotopia,
just
but good
ignore
for
it?
them. Good for them. They finally figured out how to make some money. They were losing money every year, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars from the community to fund the
So
thing.
next
Plus,
time, hopefully they'd listen to people with like some decent business sense instead of just like throwing a bunch of shade at them, you know?
Yeah.
It's a new organizer essentially because Orange Friend just took it over. Yeah, so it's basically he's I guess taking a newer approach. I think the price.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I've been talking with him. I mean, he's running it like we run Monerotopia now, so I think
Thank God
it'll be smoother.
I think it will be still like Monero focused. Like I think they do have like I think they actually are fortunate enough to be like able to be somewhat selective in their sponsors even. So I think it will be. They'll try to keep it Monero focused. I think there was like one that was like controversial or something, but then obviously the big sponsors, Cake and whatever, just a wallet is not going to be controversial.
Yeah, the controversy was with the alternative privacy coins, I guess.
Yeah, last year Fyro, I think it was. But then it was also like one thing that people were mad at was like they apparently sent you like a little bit of some tokens, but you needed like more gas than it was worth. So it was kind of like not really worth it to use or something. So that was kind of shady, I guess. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It kind of depends on like the privacy stuff. Like Xano seems like a good project, but then like some things that Zcash does is like I think shady. But then it's like, okay, well, do you want to go against the community or like are community members the same as the people who work for them? And they have this weird overlap where people are vague about that. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's just something I'm glad I don't personally have to deal with.
The worst was when they gave us shit last year, and when I wanted to stream our talks from Porkfest over there, and it was like I had to like fight them to get become a part of the con. Like, yo, guys, like I've been helping MoneroCon for years. I'm doing a mini Monero conference alongside MoneroCon. I'm just offering to stream my talks there, and you stream yours at ours. And it became a whole debate. I'm sure I don't know if you guys remember that.
So MoneroCon didn't want you to stream from Porkfest? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because Doug had sponsors and they didn't want sponsors.
Right. Yeah, because they didn't like some of our sponsors. Right.
Which had literally nothing to do with the stream either. Like it was just a stream about Monero at Porkfest.
Yeah.
Back and forth, but I don't know, bro. Like
that
was what sponsors were it anyway.
Sir, I could not have handled that.
They didn't like that we had Xano involved. But, you know, meanwhile they have Tari involved, like, or they have like it's like where are you drawing the line? Is it like, you know, it's like this one's VC funded, this one's got a dev tag, like, yeah, I mean you could point and criticize at all these different things, but I don't know, you got to be consistent, I guess. So I think now they're realizing they need sponsors to survive.
Even if you believe all of that crap, though, like even if you're of the opinion of like we don't want to associate with X, Y, and Z, one of the underlying premises of a conference is that you get to question these people, right? Like it could be like a hostile question from the audience. It could be like an ingratiating question from the audience or whatever. But if you're not like welcoming all of the people in the space, you know, if it's relevant to the space, then at what point are people going to be able to vet or criticize or whatever any of these projects? So if anything, if you're like skeptical about, you know, in the case of at that point Xano, right? Wouldn't you want them to attend your conference so people from the audience and people from the space can be like, we have an issue with this. Do you have a response to? And I've never understood why you would try to shut somebody down from the same space from having anything to do with your event if the goal is to learn more about what it is the conference is. I don't know. That was
Sometimes the people who are speaking, like representing, can kind of get screwed over. Like legitimately crypto conferences, sometimes they will just pay people to show up like a hot girl at the booth. And so it'll just be like someone who literally knows nothing and was just hired, and they have to like take questions about the project. But then, yeah, it's like sometimes, yeah, the person who's speaking is not like a technical person. So it's like, it's just an awkward situation a lot of the times when you do like question some, especially if it's in a public way. I mean, if you're just going up to the booth and it's like private, then it's like, all right, whatever.
HBS is saying the Porkfest. HBS is saying the Porkfest stream was shown at MoneroCon grounds, and IRC Monero Talk streamed MoneroCon stream too. Yeah, no, we did. It all worked out in the end, but it came with a lot of heart. Like, there should have been no debate. There shouldn't have been me having to go into the MoneroCon meetings multiple times. There were votes had. We had multiple voting, like I think 2 different voting sessions. And like it didn't pass the first time. Like just unnecessary stress. Like we need to realize who our allies are and not make, not waste our time among allies, right? Like that's where we should be. It all worked out in the end, but we didn't need the debate, to be honest.
Getting bogged down in bureaucracy and feelings is kind of like why we're in Monero. It's like, okay, which is just like kind of logical, not dealing with drama.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but then it turned into like rules about the voting. And then
it's like, guys, I'm like, you know what?
Like, you have to be fucking kidding me right now. Like, and I mean, dude, number one, I'm glad it's over. Blinn really like was the ultimate peacemaker and just immediately like calmed everybody down.
Yeah, I feel bad. I went hard on him at one point, and apologies to Monerocon and HBS if he's listening, because it ultimately did work out, but it was a little aggravating. It was a little aggravating.
And the other thing is, I don't think either one of those two really had anything to do with the disruption of the process.
No, they were just trying to do the right thing. Yeah. I mean, like, so that's the difference. That is the difference between Monerocon and Monerotopia. Monerocon is run by a committee, or at least it has. I think it maybe even less so now. It seems like the committee has given Orange Friend authority to do things without having to go back to the committee for everything. That seems to be what I'm sensing. Which is good. As opposed to Monerotopia, there is no committee. It's Sunita and I. We listen to, when we say things out here in Monerotopia, people respond, "Oh, please don't make that guy the host." And, all right, well, listen. We listen to the hoi polloi, but we don't have a committee making every decision because it just makes it so difficult.
Yeah, you get to listen to what people have to say, and then you get to make the ultimate decision. It's like, yes, we'll listen to you. And then we'll choose, and what we say ends up going.
Yeah. I mean,
we need stuff like MoneroCon to succeed, and we all want it to succeed, of course.
I love MoneroCon, yeah.
It's but there was definitely a lot of layers that I feel like at least some of them were unnecessary just to get some things done. And then one other thing that I learned later that I wish I had known at the time was, I guess MoneroCon was just coming off of like they had some crazy dude at the conference the year before or something like that, and then like Interpol showed up or something. Yes. Do you know about that? Yeah.
Wait, what?
They showed up as I was walking out the door. I was like, all right, I'm out of here. I was catching my flight. When Interpol shows up at MoneroCon, I'm out.
Yeah. The thing is if I would have known about that, I would have approached it a lot differently. Like, because they're just trying to make sure that the cops don't raid him again this year. And it's like, okay, all right.
It's because of hate speech on the stage. Like, could you imagine?
You're joking.
Yeah, I mean, what the guy was saying, it was controversial, but to have Interpol, like, it was real. Like, oh wow, I was like, all right, this is what we see.
Guy? I'm not going to ask you what he said, but what? Who was
well,
the guy?
he was wearing a T-shirt that said something to the effect of like "kill the Russians" or something to that. And honestly, I forget what his talk was even on.
About the Russians, probably.
No, it was technical related. I don't really remember. And it was more about his T-shirt, and then maybe he made a comment or two referencing it. But to see them then show up at the door, I guess somebody called it in. Somebody who didn't like him that was in the audience, that wanted to like be disruptive. But the fact that happened,
that just goes to show that Europe is cooked.
Yeah,
I mean,
we are
absolutely fucking cooked.
we are.
Terrifying.
But imagine how desperately I want MoneroCon to happen in Europe until the moment that it can't, because that might be like the lifeline for some of these people later on.
What year was this?
This is not the last one, the one before. I didn't go to last year, so it was the one before. Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, so like if I would have known that they just had all of these problems, I probably would have been a little more sensitive to the fact that they like had their guard up or whatever.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And that was one of the things that if Blinn didn't tell me, I would have just been like, what a bunch of, something that Alaskanon would say. Let's just say that. But
it was the Czech police, not Interpol.
Okay, I was going to say Interpol is a bit too wild to send. Like that.
Speaking of PorkFest, are you guys planning on doing a mini Monerotopia at PorkFest again?
That's a good. So when HBS, if you want to pop up, man, please jump up on stage. But when is MoneroCon? What are the actual dates?
It's June 5th through 7th.
Okay, so it's early June. Shit, that sucks.
Yeah, I think PorkFest is later, isn't it?
PorkFest is later. It sucks for me because it's hard for me to go to Europe early June. Late June would have been perfect because my daughter basically goes to Poland every summer, so it would have actually been fantastic. Kind of two birds with one stone there. But yeah, that's gonna be a little tough. She'll still be in school. But yeah, so I don't think there won't be overlap between PorkFest and MoneroCon this year.
Wait, so when is PorkFest?
People can now go to both. What?
Sorry, when is PorkFest? And is it live stream?
PorkFest is typically late June.
Okay.
But now I heard rumors they might not do PorkFest because they might lose the venue that they've been doing at for the last decade, which is Rogers Campground, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. I didn't know they were gonna not do PorkFest though.
Yeah.
That sucks.
MK6 is in June in Warsaw. Yeah, early June at Bitcoin Film Festival. I love Poland, by the way. I've been there many times. I love Warsaw. Haven't been there in years. I'm sure it's changed a lot. But yeah, my understanding is Poland is still kind of the one stronghold right now in Europe. So it's definitely the most basic.
Poland and Hungary, I think.
Yeah.
I am curious about, at least last I checked, there's some EU law, I think it's EU-wide, that bans all privacy coins, so Monero and Zcash, I think 4 firms to be held. So I'm unsure how that'll relate to like setting up events, because if you're accepting Monero for your tickets or accepting Monero for beers like MoneroCon, I'm not sure if you're able to do that with this law going to effect. So
what law?
Accept Monero.
I thought that only applied to centralized exchanges.
Yes, it does. It doesn't apply to self-custodial wallets.
Oh, really? So, okay, it doesn't apply to just a
Nobody's saying it applies to companies, he thinks.
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
I don't know.
But they already weren't doing that. Like, I guess KuCoin, operates in Europe, and they hold Monero. But, yeah, they already had, I think all the European-based exchanges already don't have Monero.
No, we don't.
The only one I've heard of that might even have Monero is DFX.
Yeah, DFX has it. They're in Switzerland. No, Sweden. No, Switzerland, right? They're in Switzerland?
One of the two S's.
Yeah, they're in Switzerland. Right? That's where they have all the stores accepting it too.
That's Switzerland. Sweden is up north.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been to both.
Just
very, very different places.
Yeah. Yeah, Switzerland was the one country that's outside the EU, but still in Europe.
We have a comment from inside the chat from Drunk Dial Me. I've been asking MoneroCon to stop scheduling the conference in conflict with North America's largest annual Monero conference, Pork Fest, for years.
Same here, same here. And that's why I tried to turn lemons into lemonade last year. I was like, you know what? Since they are at the same time, let's benefit from it. But yeah, ideally, it's better even if they're not, so people can potentially attend both. I don't know how many Americans are going to go over to Europe, but
not that anybody cares, but if you ever want Alaskan to show up, you do not do it in the middle of summer in Alaska, because anybody up here would never, ever, ever leave during the summer. There's just no way. There's nowhere better. There's no event worth going to. Like, this place it's like Eden up here during that time. And I couldn't kidnap my wife out of this place during the summer. There's just no way.
That's the one time of year it's actually bearable to live there.
Monerotopia, Alaska.
And you would kidnap your wife in another time of the year.
I mean, pretty much any other time of the year. Absolutely. You know,
he's doing it.
Probably she's a really good runner, and I'm like a big fat dude, so I'm not going to chase her around in the woods in Alaska for like, especially in the summer. I'm just like pouring sweat, just and she's just like, it's like watching a reindeer run around, you know.
And a bear.
Oh God.
Yeah, it actually is like a reindeer and bear chasing each other. It totally is.
Hey, boo boo, let's get a picnic basket.
We got Drunk Dial. What's going on, brother? I don't know if you're just listening.
Yeah, I was wondering, Drunk Dial, if I could contact you somehow outside of Twitter, because I don't have Twitter, with relation to like Monero adoption in South America, because I was trying to find like videos, because I want to make a little compilation of them, but Twitter is notoriously annoying to search. Yeah, I got you. I got to reinstall Simplex. It's been gaining popularity lately.
I've been using.
I thought it was really interesting timing, because I spent a little bit of this week talking to Yuli about like, hey, would you help me get these Spanish speaker flyers together about like, you know, why they should use Monero and so on. And then this week's Monero talk was about like the Spanish speaker guests. And it's kind of weird, because it seems like everybody is just constantly on the same page with no coordination whatsoever, just like trying to make stuff happen. It's like very organic.
Well, we do a lot of coordination behind the scenes, that's for sure.
But it's so touch and go, you know what I mean? Like
marching in the same direction.
Yeah, like you talk for like a couple of minutes and then you part ways, and everybody just kind of does their thing, and then it just works out. It's so, I don't know, it's like a healthy organism, you know, where there's not a lot of cross chatter, just doing.
Yeah, super thankful to everybody that helps out year in and year out. Obviously, Alaska, you're on the top of that list, man. We greatly appreciate everything you do from Monerotopia.
Drunk Dial me
Drunk
saved
Dial,
us like 4 or 5 hours on setup every day.
Bought like a printer last year, and like, or I don't know, you guys brought it together. Like, yeah, whatever we need, whenever we need it. Guys show up early, help out, and just there for moral support as well. It goes a long way, it really does.
Who's Monero? Because I feel like I recognized the name.
Monero, are you there? Just some Fed hanging out.
Yo, Douglas
could use an update. And Feds are welcome, by the way. Come on.
Yeah, we love them.
Come on up.
We could use a little glow up.
Yeah. Just make sure you're wearing your badge when you're down there, just so we know who you are.
Yeah, and a gun.
So we know to be respectful.
Whoever owns the domain mynero.com is like, they need to do something with it, because it's just right now like no CSS. It's just literally just text. It says Monero hello out there.
It's probably Vic. Vic probably owns that one.
And sir, what is wrong with what is wrong with a no CSS just text website?
Nothing. Just saying, like
it's too based. It's too.
As long as there's no hate, we're still cool.
So wait, what is that Monero? It's nothing, no?
No, he's typing in the private
It's just
chat.
Monero.
He's
Hello
my
out there.
gopher hole.
Yeah, there used to be a wallet called Monero, which was called NYSE before that, and it was made by a guy who completely disappeared.
Poxed,
even though he was really popular in the Bitcoin Cash community.
POKKST, I think it was. Poxed.
Yep, that's the one.
And then my Sue was forked into Monfluo, MONFLUO, and that's the one I use on a daily basis.
I kind of wish Monfluo still had the fingerprint unlock, because I don't really feel like fiddling with the touchscreen keyboard just to open the wallet, and if I don't, then it's an empty password, which is pretty bad as well.
What I do is I have KeyPass DX, and so I just have my password manager. So when I click the password field, it asks me, "You want to use KeyPass DX?" Yes, please. And then I use my fingerprint on KeyPass DX, and it brings up my password right into the field, and I just click enter.
That works, but it's still a little too slow for me.
I get super into like the lore of these software projects. So
yeah,
like,
same.
I don't know why it's so fascinating to me, but like, especially when something goes back to just some anonymous developer that just put like this incredible code up, and then a bunch of people ended up forking it into this and that and whatever. And then I just get so into the lore of where a software project had its roots and who did it and who developed it and like where they went and what. And I also get really into that in like math theories, so like where a lot of the math that underpins what we use on a daily basis and chasing it all the way back to like the original mathematician that comes up with such and such idea. And then it becomes like the architecture, the underpinning for the systems that we use today. And I mean, sometimes you have to go way back too. It's like in 1600, this guy had this idea, and everybody's like, "What the hell are you gonna do with that?" And then 300 years later, it ends up being like the most important thing anyone ever discovered.
To my knowledge, Monfluo is probably the only one that has a serious legacy like that, because I think Cake basically came out directly, and Monerujo came out directly. To my knowledge, like I don't know their fork from it. So
well, there's Skylight now as well, which is a totally fresh wallet as well.
Well, sort of, but like that the people who were developing Cake, they probably pulled a little bit from this and a little bit from that, and all of these different ideas, like cross-pollinating. I got a chance to talk to one of the Cake developers for a few hours at the end of the last Monerotopia, and it was just cool to hear like where he got some of the ideas that ended up being integrated into Cake Wallet. And it has its own lore. It's just not as clear, like it has a whole bunch of places that things were adopted from, or like unique challenges that they resolved that then later kind of propagated into the wider ecosystem.
I gotcha. It's just not as well known, whereas like the Monfluo backdating is well known.
I'm sure I could have done it for 2 days. Like the guy he was just a wealth of really interesting stories on how all of this stuff came together.
I found out about a feature that some wallets have, which is like called a duress pin, which is like if somebody's like holding you at gunpoint, is like, show me your Monero wallet. Like you type that in, and I guess it shows like, oh, I have 0.01 XMR. Like you can have that. I guess I don't know what happens if they try to actually send that or something, but yeah, it's an interesting feature, an interesting idea.
Most of them, they just lock down the wallet unless you reload it with the original seed phrase.
I think you should have a wallet with a duress pin though that has like maybe 0.1 Monero in it or something like that. That way, if somebody does hold you at gunpoint and is like, "Here, give me your Monero wallet or I'll kill you," then you
Graphene has a duress pin for the whole phone. It's amazing.
Well, that's true too. But that way you can give them something and walk away and be like, that's literally all I have.
You should be aware that graphene. Yeah, I stepped out for a while.
Can you turn on the mic a little bit?
Turn down the mic just a little bit.
Holy shit,
or get a little farther away.
Sorry, I guess is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, it's much better.
Perfect.
Sorry. Yeah, so if you're gonna use that duress pin on your graphene, just just know that like there's a case out there where some guy erased his phone, and the feds are trying to claim that that was destruction of evidence, and who knows where that case is going to end up. But just like know that there could be cases that are more clear cut against you, where it's like that could be problematic, right? So
well, in that case you need 2 duress pins. You need your pin to unlock your phone regularly. Then you need a duress pin which will erase everything, and then you need a duress pin that will unlock a fake, like a profile that looks legit, but this is actually like not the real thing.
Graphene only has the erase one. That's the only duress pin that works. They don't have this. It's really hard. It's like shockingly hard to have an arbitrary number of profiles in an encrypted volume, and the problem is storage locations. It's like, okay, well, each different layer needs to know where it can't store something, and if it knows where it can't store something, well, then you know that there's other volumes there. So
does it wipe all the installed apps and data that you've put in and leave the OS behind, or does it just wipe the entire OS?
That's a good question. I'm pretty sure that it mostly focuses on the keys that could access the OS. Like it completely, because when you type in your PIN, that's not like your key phrase. You're like unlocking a key phrase that then unlocks the phone, something like that. So I think it destroys the internal key that allows the phone to be unlocked, or that allows the drive to be unlocked.
By the way, hi guys.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Missed you.
You have anything to say?
And you know, one I would like to point out, and this is far from legal advice, not because I wouldn't, but because I'm not in a position to give it. But just keep in mind, yeah, they can go after you for destruction of evidence, but I mean, you may be guilty of whatever, so at least it changes the nature of the case. But the other thing is governments aren't above just planting evidence either. So like it's kind of a rough situation where it may or may not work out good for you, and it's just one of those, you're gonna have to make the decision when you're in that situation. But obviously the ideal situation is to just stay out of that situation. So you know,
too bad I'm going to Mexico, like where it's like everyone's expected to be holding their private keys, so it's pretty it's a little I do worry about the security of Monerotopia bringing everyone together. It's kind of a lot.
You don't take your entire Monero stash down there.
I mean, yes, obviously no one's going to bring their whole stash with them, but no, just in general, like that's a legitimate concern, I think. Especially, you know, Monero's been pumping, and who knows which forces want to show up and cause problems.
Things are going a little too well. I mean, I was like, oh, things are going a little sus here when we were going on. Now that we crashed, it's like, okay, all right, this isn't the psyop. Like, all right, maybe it is, but
I don't want to hold people out, but 2 years in a row coming back to the United States, I got a bunch of my devices completely destroyed at the border because I wouldn't unlock them.
Yeah, you really should. Like, if you're going to cross borders, you should have a special phone that's like explicitly your travel phone, so that if they want to confiscate it, you're like, fine, keep it.
Yeah, and to this day, I've never had a problem bringing things to Mexico. It's always been leaving. So and I do like, because this is not like, I mean, this has been happening to me for a very long time now, right? Like, I highly doubt that any just rando going to Monerotopia is going to have this problem. It's kind of unique to certain people, but the point is like, I do actually have to bring phones that can be destroyed when I go to Monerotopia. So
that is wild.
Yeah, it's
I just think part of
I made the mistake of having my travel phone because I had been already doing some traveling. I brought I think it was an 8 fold, and they already knew that I wasn't about to unlock the device, so they just kind of went like through the routine of, okay, unlock this device, and I was like, no. And they didn't even like bat an eye. They just snapped the phone in half.
God.
I just think that if you're going to go on vacation outside of your country of birth or whatever country, then you should automatically plan for a travel device in the budget for that trip.
You know, this whole conversation sort of is relevant to what you were talking about earlier with the view keys holding the entire transaction history. If you can be compelled with the carrot or the stick to give your entire transaction history, you're basically giving up plausible deniability, which is kind of if you wipe your phone, you're obstructing justice, you're destroying evidence. Well, if you have your entire transaction history on chain, even though it's protected with a private key, you're giving leverage against yourself, whereas not having that transaction history gives you plausible deniability coverage because you can't give the transaction history up. It has to be collected and collated by third parties.
There's another.
It doesn't break. Don't use the same
What's that?
wallet for everything, so that way your view key will only show like a limited number of transactions instead of like a 6-year history of everything you've done.
Well, there's two things. There's two things to this. So you can actually, I can't remember the CLI option, and not all wallets have this, but the main desktop wallet does. You can just choose not to store the metadata, and you won't be able to reconstruct your own transactions on the blockchain, like your own history, without that metadata. And it's because of the way those public-private keys work. So you can actually, you could just never store that data.
The way I handle it is every so often I'll just switch to a brand new wallet with a brand new seed phrase and a brand new restore height and everything, just completely, and then delete, move all of my money or whatever, and then delete the old wallet and keys and everything. Just wipe it all.
But every time you add a OPSEC requirement that is put on the user, they're going to outsource it. The normies are. They're just going to think of how many rights that we've all given away with terms of service clicking and end user agreement clicking.
I mean, obviously, this is for your slightly higher, your dissident level threat model. There's another thing that should be said about ways that you can treat your phone when you're crossing borders to make it, and especially in the United States or in most reasonably civilized countries, if you create a password for every single app, if you encrypt the data of every single app such that you have to use your fingerprint or whatever to get into the app, suddenly, even if they unlock your phone, they don't have access to all the data that might be on your phone. And then, because in the States, the terminology is the specific places and things to be searched. So it's if they have a warrant, it's okay, you have a warrant for my phone, but what are you looking for in my phone? I don't have to unlock all of my apps. If you're accusing me of wrong think or wrong speech over Signal, whatever, okay, well then I'll unlock my Signal under duress of a warrant. But the rest of it, they don't have access to. But what they use is, now they have access to the entire phone. So they look at fucking everything, and they're like, oh, well, we also found all this other stuff. Whether they found it or planted it, who knows? But
this is something I don't know if Graphene has, but Lineage does. Although Lineage is a little less secure in the thing, since you can't relock the bootloader. So this might be something worth adding to Graphene. On Lineage, you can actually go in to the launcher, the default Trebuchet launcher, and lock every app down with a fingerprint. So literally every app on my phone is locked with a fingerprint except the damn calculator.
Yeah, that's really, in a legal sense, that's really strong. It gives them a lot more hurdles to jump, a lot more, of their own bureaucracy that they have to transit.
Problem is now they're going to see just how many pallets of toilet paper Shortwave has been able to sell on XMR Bazaar, and now all of us are cooked because that's where we get.
They're going to see all my
web
terrorist
browsers.
messages that I sent to Shortwave.
My web browser is locked with a fingerprint too. The only thing that's not is a calculator.
Calculator app. Sure, I'm on to you.
Yeah, the calculator. I was going to say that's right.
That's the only thing that's not locked with a fingerprint or pin.
Except for the secret pin that all the calculators have, or the old. Remember that shit? You could hide your photos with the calculator. But then if you were trying to do that, someone would be like, "Wait, why do you have two calculator apps? Do you really are the icons for this calculator just so special you had to install an extra calculator?"
You can hide apps too. So you could you have to get into the Trebuchet launcher can be locked down so that you can't access what's hidden and what's not without using a fingerprint or pin. So you could hide the original calculator app that comes with the phone by default, and so you'd only have one calculator icon.
I read
this
a case.
is why I think the Orwellian overlords will never win, because you're always going to be able to come up with like 10,000 ideas to undermine whatever it is they're trying to do.
That literally is like Tom and Jerry sometimes.
They are winning in the UK though. Those like porn laws where it's like you have to show your ID to watch porn. It's like just give it up at that point. Like they are legitimately just making it like just don't watch it.
I do hate how it's always porn where people are like actually like, no, you can't do this to me. Like, dude.
One thing that kind of worries me about that, just I mean, because I'm super paranoid, I guess, but like, so these people are going to be able to make an exact like psych profile on what your base level urges are at a time where we're already like way deep into the AI waifu, all of that stuff, right? And at some point, like they could manipulate people with their most like baseline urges for the exact type of girl that they like and the exact type of conversations they like to have, and all of their biases and all of their favorite political ideologies and stuff. And they're just going to basically be able to make like the perfect friend for you and extract these crazy amounts of loyalty to like some AI model that they control. And that's my biggest concern, is once you know people on that deepest of levels, it like the power that goes along with that.
And put it this way, like you were talking earlier about the about porn or whatever. I happen to live in a state that has one of those laws where they don't want you to do that, and the only thing you've got to do to bypass that is go to like a site that that's not hosted in the U.S. or on Tor.
Oh, like, so it's just like gambling or something.
Yeah, for example, like I don't think the Czech Republic, where like X videos is hosted, is going to care much about Utah law.
Oh, there will be a day, bro.
And
I
I'm
mean,
not in Utah, by the way.
They already figured out like all of these different, you know, using the corporatocracy or the banking system or whatever to kind of force people to participate in US tax laws and stuff all over the world. I mean, they always find a way to at least sweep up the majority of people who are just like your compliance enthusiasts, you know.
And you can find your porn on Tor if you really want to do that. I don't know if you can find porn videos on Tor, but there are definitely images. So
Bro, I don't think I would be looking any porn on Tor whatsoever, period. That sounds like the worst fucking idea ever.
That's a great way to end up with something you don't want on your computer. Very, very
That's true too. Just be careful.
Yeah, like there's steganography out there. Like you could be downloading some video that you think is, you know, above board or whatever, except for being pirated. And it could contain the most horrible shit steganography that you have no idea.
To give you an idea of how quickly somebody can get wrapped up in nightmares, I actually know a person who got wrapped up in CP charges, and it was because he was running like a underground poker house, and people who were attending it were obviously like not necessarily your highest members of polite society. And then somebody other than him, because he's very like, he is not a tech savvy individual. Well, someone other than him used his Wi-Fi to download such, let's say, insensitive materials. And even though in the process of being prosecuted, it was pretty clear that he himself was not guilty of the actual act of downloading the stuff, because they used his internet service provider to do it, and because he's responsible for who gets access to that internet, then he ended up going to prison, and he has those charges for the rest of his life, and he can't get a job and all that other stuff.
That's
so
fucked up.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to get screwed in this stuff. And that's even if you're not the person who did it. Like,
and it could have been a Fed. It could have been like a honeypot situation where they just like some Fed found out about this poker ring and was like, okay, let's get him like this.
That's literally the first fucking thing that I told him too. I was like, well, did you ever figure out who was guilty? Like, no. and were you just sharing your Wi-Fi password with people? Oh, I didn't even have to. There was a sticker on my door with that had a and he didn't even know all of the people that were attending it. And I think they probably went there for the gambling thing and just went. And now I don't have a way to prove that, right? But I just assume that the government is doing the most fucked up thing it can do, and I'm usually right. So,
well, that also relates to the full transaction history thing. If they can use proxy enforcement incentives or pressure to say that people who don't publish their transaction history are not on this network or can't use this government service or whatever, and if they interact with people who are also not on the registry of people who publish their transaction history, then they're flagged and punished. So thinking multiple orders ahead, I mean, they got
Has
AI
anyone ever
now.
done that with an XPub on Bitcoin?
Well, Bitcoin's never going to be currency, so I don't know that we're talking about the same thing.
But I mean, it has been used as such in the past. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, like, I don't think any of this is actually going to happen in Monero.
Well, with AI, they have force multipliers that anything that sounds kind of like a high hurdle or a hard hurdle now will just be automated and simple for them to do in the future. And we're talking any third party, corporations, which are basically joined in government anyway, or just governments themselves. Corporations trading information amongst each other. I mean, oil was the new gold, data is the new oil. That's what this is, it's data. So there are incentives for people to go after those transaction histories for all sorts of things, marketing.
I mean, it really boils down to, like, you have to hide the fact that you're even using Monero in the first place, which is what things like Dandelion and stuff are for, and Tor itself, of course.
One of the ways
you don't have to hide,
though, is because I'm actually like all in with the way that Drunk Dial Me is kind of looking at this, which is you have to assume that at some point I guess the workload or like the threshold for accomplishing these things will come down over time. But the thing is you do the cat and mouse thing on kind of the user side and the developer side. But this is one of the reasons why you have to have a two-pronged attack of undermining somebody's power to enforce these things. So in other words, you have to reduce the value proposition to the adversary to even try to accomplish these things in the first place.
Well, what would prevent them from
places that you can do that? So which is one of the reasons why, for example, you know how Arctic Mine was like, you know, contributing to whether or not any of these heuristics and all of this stuff that the blockchain analysis companies are doing and trying to undermine their relevancy in a legal sense. I mean, I definitely don't think that that's going to like solve the problem its entirety, but that's a very important linchpin that they kind of like bank on. You know, it's, oh, well, these analysis companies are claiming, well, if you can undermine the legal utility of it by just showing how in a lot of cases it can't work, or there's things that can happen in the real world that would make it impossible for them to be useful, that's one way. But another way too, and I'm just so all about this, is, you know, those people who make memes that undermine the authority and the legitimacy of the people in power who are claiming that we need all of these surveillance systems and so on. You have to turn these people into a joke. You have to make them a cultural pariah, and you have to do it in a way that's funny and catchy and like makes people just not respect it anymore.
Yeah, my only point is that I agree, and I agree with Drunk Dial Me. My only point is that I don't know if the whole view key thing is like the thing to latch onto when there's like a million other ways they could enforce you to give up your transaction history. The only thing about the view key is that it makes it better to have your own like paper wallet and to be able to see or prove that the balance on there is indeed correct, but you're not like it. No, whatever.
The best data to have is as little data as possible. That's why I switch wallets.
Well, even providing the wallet balance is different than providing the entire transaction history. You can have a private view key that shows funds that go in and out and the account balance in real time. But that is different than publishing the entire transaction history. That's basically.
I believe that's all that the private view key really does. I don't believe that it's able to show exactly which address it's sent to and which address the transaction came from. I believe that's how it works.
Well, even if it shows the entire balance history, the current balance, that's fine. If it takes active third-party monitoring, harvest now, collate later, that's a lot different than the entire history of the wallet.
But there's only one way to get the balance, which is by knowing the ledger, like the relevant transactions, because that's how it calculates the balance. That's the reason why the current view key cannot actually show the accurate balance.
If I have this correct, and I probably don't, it's been a little bit, but you'll be able to tell which transactions you received on chain. You'll be able to see that they were your transactions, but anything that you sent outwards requires that metadata. And if you set that metadata to just never store, then you can't actually, like, you won't be able, even with view keys, you won't be able to decide which transactions got sent out, or maybe it's who they went to or something. Like I'm getting this.
I mean, there's metadata stored in the wallet file as you're using it, but even if you restore from your seed phrase, you can still, like, it still deciphers which transactions are relevant to you and, you know, what came in and what went out, but it doesn't show where it was sent to and where it came from.
Yeah,
and what the description was. Like, that stuff is all gone.
It's the creation. It's the creation of the public, the one-time stealth address for the other person that you're not able to reconstruct. So you wouldn't be able to say where it went.
I see. But I'm pretty sure you won't be able to see that either if you give out the private view key. Is that correct? In the coming update? That's the part that I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how.
Because that would be similar to restoring from seed phrase. If you give out the view key, I don't think they would be able to see which addresses you sent to, because it would be identical to restoring from seed phrase, I think. But
I guess since I mean, you're signing over the entire output set, so like you can't like you wouldn't be able to say what the one-time stealth address that you sent to was, because there are no more one-time stealth addresses.
I think what I would like to do is I'd like to put together like a little fund, and I'll do my part. I will, but basically paying somebody to make short videos about each one of these concepts, and then paying another guy to make sure that it's the most like up to date and relevant information. And then one of the requirements is at like the beginning of the video, it puts like, this information is accurate as of such and such date or whatever, and cataloging it as such, like even in the name itself, like the date at which the information is relevant. Because if there's anything I've learned from running different companies and stuff, it's the method. So it like in the company world, like let's say you make a policy or like a new rule or whatever at like the upper management level, the dissemination of that information down to the other members of the institution plays more of a role than the efficacy of the policy itself. I actually just ran into this week where we had made changes to the way that we pay people that was hugely beneficial to the people that were being paid. And that happened, you know, many, many months before. And then this week, it dawned on me that one of our employees, all of these months later, was not even aware of the change and was making their decisions based on the idea that they were getting paid less than they actually were. And it was even like on their check. So if they did do the job, it was showing up on their check that they were getting paid this extra money. But you know, like the dissemination of information in a very digestible way to, in this case, I would compare like an employee to the user base of Monero. It's a serious weakness that I think we should probably try to address, and I would be willing to do what I can. I mean, I'm no video editor, right?
Yeah,
but
it's vital. I agree.
Yeah, and
there's even a guy in the Matrix chat that was like compiling a list for like a FAQ, like frequently asked questions, to, I think, Rachnium or Jeffrey, I don't know who it was, to like accurately answer. And I think based on that, we can create some infographics or videos or stuff like that to
and
clear
I
stuff
would
up. Because
say
that
Monero does do a decent job as far as like cryptos go. Don't get me wrong. But I think that we should really try to strive to set like a really, really high standard where somehow, you know, only one or two people have to be in contact with the developers to get like the right answers. So they're not just bogged down with questions and distractions and all that. But there is a team that's actually making sure that they have an up-to-date, frequently asked questions. And then not only that, but you don't just have like a website with a list somewhere, because that shit is so annoying. Like even trying to find your frequently asked questions and then find what you're asking in those frequently asked questions. Like it really does need to be on an easy to find, digestible medium. And even like major corporations struggle really hard with this. Like I'm sure Bawdy knows, like if you're an investor, even like things that you're trying to invest in and just like looking for more information, you either have to know that they have like a website, like an investor portal for frequently asked questions, or this is where you can find our P&L, and then that link is broken, and then you have to go. And these are like billion-dollar corporations. They can't even figure out how to get you information.
I agree.
So let me
AI
ask something. Let me ask something about the proposed. Let me ask something about the proposed view keys. So they'll show transactions going in and out if you're actively monitoring the view key, and they show the current balance. But they do or do not show the entire transaction history.
I think that's the point, is they do.
Yeah, I don't see how it could be any other way than that they do show all of those transactions on chain for the history of the chain.
I don't know. I gotta, because there has been endless discussion about this in the Monero Matrix room a couple of days ago, and in the Monero subreddit as well. I believe both Jeffro and Rachnium were like repeating themselves on how it actually works, but I keep losing it because it's flooded with other people.
Bawdy, you said that the metals run is going to keep going. To me, it just feels like too easy right now. Like it's just like every day, silver new all-time high. Like I can't believe it. Really, but I think you're right that it's just like something fundamental has changed, and like we might not even know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say that that's you know, that's not just my wishful thinking talking there, right? Because obviously I've got some gold and silver.
Metals have no top because fiat has no bottom.
Hey.
Well, the thing is, like, again, there's so much fraud, and it's been happening for the past. I mean, there's always been the fraud, but it seems like they used to have to hide it, and now they're like, now they put it out in the open, and then they have a bunch of congressional trials, and then no one gets punished, and then they just up the ante and they fraud even harder. So it's like, when it's that bad, you know, and I really am listening to the Zoomers. I am listening to Gen Z say like, yeah, I got a fucking, you know, electrical engineering degree or whatever, and I can't find a job now. Like that's a pretty big signal when guys spend the time to get a technical certification or degree and then can't find a job that pays really well. So it's just like everything that you look at, there's just so many data points out there that it does look like there's a fundamental shift in the power structure.
But that doesn't mean that like this is like free money. Like it's like an infinite money glitch. Like it's like, okay, like I mean it kind of makes sense. It definitely seems like we're at like a crazy time or whatever. But then well, also another thing is I look at the price of like gold and silver, and it's like it does have massive runs, but then there are decades where it's just kind of flat. So it's, I mean, I guess I have my stop losses on this. I mean, I'm just trading it like I mean, hold physical. I think is a good idea to a certain extent, but then I think you also want to be able to move into like stocks if you need to or something like that.
Oh, you should always have a stop loss. You should have like, you know, when you buy something or whatever, let it go up, and then you should you should move up your stop loss so that if it comes back down, you get profit out of it.
I mean, with the gold and silver though, my stop losses keep triggering and then it goes up though.
I would
Well,
point
you're
out
setting
that
your stop
this
losses
is
too close.
following a larger pattern, which is, I mean, gold and silver tend to be able to buy the same amount of stuff over a long period of time. You know, so there's the old example. In fact, Arctic brought it up the other day about like a very fancy suit usually tends to be about 1 ounce of gold, no matter what era that you're in. Or, you know, the famous 4chan meme about a hooker usually costs the same amount of silver at any given period of time.
How many ounces do I need to pay my hose, bro?
Well, that's where the concept of a dime comes from.
Really? Damn.
Silver
That gives
will
the
buy
dime bag a whole new perspective too.
Yeah, it's no, historically speaking, 1/10 of an ounce of silver will get you 2 decent hookers for a whole day. It's like
So we're still got a long way to go then.
What are you gonna do with 2 hookers for a whole day?
As you know, I'm not really like the hooker.
I'd pay them twice as much to leave.
I will tell you this though, in my own debauchery, I usually tend to do it for like blocks of time, and those who have met me at Monerotopia would probably be aware. Like I'm actually usually like a nose to the grindstone, like super sober, work hard all day, every day. But then when it's time to like kind of get into the revelry, I go hard for, you know, an extended period of time that's just like kind of bulked into that one chunk of time. And I'm sure if like hookers were your thing, you know, you'd get yourself a couple of hookers for a few days, you know, get to know them. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not like a hooker guy, so it's not. So, but the main
you're just recounting the Julia Roberts story here, fucking Pretty Woman.
I mean, maybe that's what they imagine is like they get a hooker that's kind of out of their league, and they're hoping that if they buy him for a few days, then that hooker will want to stay. But you know, the problem is you spend enough time with the hooker, you probably get tired of her, and then it's, I don't know. But like the thing is it holds its value against stuff over time. But historically speaking, as far as I know, it usually tends to kind of like lead massive like resets in what prices are pegged to, and then stuff kind of catches up to the precious metals, and then it stays relatively flat for a while, and then stuff will start to go past the precious metals, and then those precious metals will like leapfrog over the cost of stuff, and then the stuff will catch up to the precious metals. Like that's kind of been how it's gone for forever. I mean, you can
anyone know if Monero is still pegged to an 8-ball? I missed that part of the price report from Body.
Shit,
you're paying too much. Yeah, you point.
There's
only one way to find out.
and a hooker costs like 2 ounces of silver these days.
This sounds like an uncouth website in the making. Like the price of stuff and other stuff, like Monero for 8 balls, hookers for dime bags.
I'm sure there is a market for just aggregating that information and making it available to the public.
I've thought about doing something.
Hilarious website.
I have legitimately looked into like what would it take to create like a cocaine ETF or a DMT ETF, and it's like a futures market where you would actually have to take delivery. Like you have to post your address, and it's like, oh, I mean, your contract closed, like it's getting sent to your house. Like,
I have actually considered the idea of doing that, where like I would collect the prices of items, like everyday items in Monero, like the Big Mac index, doing that same kind of thing, but for Monero. So like you know how much a Big Mac costs, and you know how much a hooker costs, and you know how like in general on average, you know, like these different things, you know how much Monero each of these things cost, so that if you saw, you know, one of these things, you'd know, okay, I should be paying about this much. And if it was out of that range, you'd be like, no, that's way too expensive, or that's way too cheap.
That could actually be a very useful metric, because if you're measuring the average cost of things on the dark web, and Monero is appreciating against those items, that might indicate that Monero is spreading into more of a gray market than a black market and capturing more share that way.
I wonder if you could just put a bunch of illicit goods on a boat out in international waters, and that could be like kind of your LBMA for like crack. And then you could figure out like how much you would have to pay to buy those drugs out on that boat. And you could use that as kind of like a balance, but then there would actually be a mechanism for taking physical delivery. and now you could have kind of like a price peg to it and do it all like quasi legally.
No, that sounds fun and whimsical, but you can't sail the high seas without a flag, or you're presumed a pirate, and any of the nations, the acknowledged nations, has the right to board your vessel. So if you were doing that, you would have to be flagged, and then you would fall under the laws of that country.
So, get a Liberland flag.
Yeah, maybe you could, but I don't think they're like totally recognized, so they probably it still wouldn't work in that way.
But at least you know at what point it becomes valuable to a government to come and pirate you. So it still kind of gives you a price, you know? And with drones these days, nobody has to be on the boat.
I think I said this before. I've had for like years, I've had this idea of making Drowning Man, like Burning Man, but Drowning Man out in international waters. And you could set up a whole infrastructure where you just like, I don't know, you get a big fucking barge that has like supplies, water, food, health services, whatever. And then you could like distribute nets. So all these boats show up, and then you just like distribute nets between the boats, because everyone's fucking drunk and doing drugs, right? So you're going to have to catch them because some are going to fall in the water. But yeah, you could, then you could like sink a massive like floating structure, like they burn the thing at Burning Man.
If you were going to
There's literally
fly under
only
a flag,
one rule: life jackets mandatory. Yes.
if you were flying under a flag, you might be able to use the Palestinian flag because it is a recognized country, but it's like a landlocked country. So that'd be kind of funny.
You just need one Palestinian to show up.
Or use a flag from like 800 years ago. Like the country doesn't even exist anymore. Like, we're bringing it back, bros.
Flying the Ottoman Empire.
Roman Empire.
Or fly the Vatican flag and be like, what now?
We're the papal state. I am a king of Knights Templar. Remember the Knights Templar? We're a country. We're taking back Malta or whatever.
Yeah, they got like the chalice or whatever. Fucking cup of the Last Supper.
As far as
Holy Roman Empire, your move.
As far as the whole like Drowning Man thing goes, isn't there like a whole thing about seasteading?
There have been problems with that, again, because of the whole flag issue.
Yeah, there's actually some people who are really, really far along with the seastead thing, and now maybe I shouldn't give it away, but I'll just kind of dance around it. There's some arguments about the legitimacy of seasteading having to do with like medical issues and stuff in a positive sense. So in other words, like there are certain medical issues that can benefit greatly from living in a seastead situation instead of, you know, on land in like some jurisdiction somewhere. And then there's also the question of I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but the Chinese are like really obsessed with mining certain things off of the sea floor. And so now there's new laws kind of being introduced into the International Maritime Admiralty Law database, or whatever you would call it, registry maybe, I don't know. But because people are so interested in mining like the seabed and some other things, that there's kind of like a whole reworking of how people live and work and do things out on the ocean. There's a lot of it affecting Alaska directly because of how much stuff we do that's out in the water.
Yeah, you can't be accidentally dredging up someone's one of the secret underwater sea bases.
My portal to Agartha, you can't be looking for that.
Well, and then think about like ownership of undersea cables and stuff too. Like it's already a huge problem that needs to be addressed.
There's this what you're talking about, Alaska, with mining the seabed. I can't remember the name of the country, but it's some tiny island country in the Pacific, and there's like it's like 1 million square kilometers. There's this massive field where on the very bottom of the seafloor there are these clumps of metal, and it's like they're rare earth metals. It's like nickel and cobalt and a bunch of other stuff, and you can literally just pick it up. But it's like, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 meters down, so it's really, really deep. They could mine it, but there's all this question about, well, whose is it, right? Who actually owns that? And I think the general claim is that the island nation is the one that supposedly like has the claim to it. But then there's also the question of ecology, right? Are you gonna create problems by dredging up that seafloor to harvest this metal? So it's kind of like a stalemate right now. I think they're trying to figure it out, but yeah, there's a shitload of metal down there right now.
My biggest concern when I'm kind of looking at that situation as a non-marine biologist is, so already you have all of these laws about dust control in certain places, and there's a good reason why that's a concern. And so, for example, here, there's a lot of silt from, because the mountains are constantly eroding from the freeze-thaw cycles and the water moving and all that. So you end up with like this really light, airy silt stuff. And there's all kinds of stuff that you do to control that silt, but obviously it settles in air relatively easily. However, the fluffy, silty stuff on the bottom of the ocean in some of these places, it'll linger at higher, I don't know if you call it strata or whatever, but like higher levels of the ocean, and it'll stay there for incredibly long periods of time because of the difference between like, air versus water,
the buoyancy
dynamics. Yeah, and the thing is that can linger up at the higher levels of the water for this crazy amount of time and have all kinds of weird effects on stuff that would be really hard to predict. So ocean mining and ocean dredging is definitely its own beast, and people who claim to understand like the far-reaching implications of doing stuff like this, obviously there's no way they could know what they're claiming to know.
Well, and
but the hunger for those metals, like you were discussing before, rare earths are obviously the ones that keep coming up, but there's all kinds of other stuff, like the economic viability of mining even stuff that are pretty benign. Your profit and loss calculations are super different, but then the question becomes, okay, who farther down the streams, or who farther in, what effect would it have on people's protein calculations because of all of the fish in those areas and so on? It's way bigger than anyone has really done the homework for.
And as far as I understand, when you dredge the seabed and bring that stuff up, you get like more plant growth, because the bottom of the sea is pretty much dead. Like, it's pretty much a wasteland because there's no light down there. So when you bring these things up, you bring them up to layers where there's actual light. And so like plankton can grow and things like that can grow and be more biodiverse or whatever. So you've got to consider that as well.
A big one would be phosphorus. So if you could find a way to control what's down there, I couldn't point to a place where this is the case, but one would think that for the same reason that people used to go to islands and like mine bat guano and bird poop and stuff like that, because of its value as a fertilizer and how cheap it is versus, running these gas plants and stuff. Well, you would assume that at the bottom of the ocean in a bunch of different places would be extremely accessible, extremely cheap, macronutrients for plants, I guess you could say. So it might be a two birds with one stone kind of thing, where if you find a place that's rich in, phosphates or whatever, and that also has mineral wealth, if you could find a way to catch the dust, I guess would be the best way to put it. That would be the question, is there a way where you can also harvest the waste product and make that useful? Monero Talk is always trying to come up with a way to. Why does it always come back to like growing food? Have you guys ever noticed? At some point, we always end up talking about how you can grow food better.
Because Monero has a circular economy and food is one of the base layers that everybody needs.
Drunk Dami, look in the private chat if you haven't yet. Also for Body, by the way, because you were curious about it as well. In the meantime, Ramsey, I was gonna ask if because I only literally just learned roughly what bridging actually means because I was looking at your website. But what is the actual practical use case of bridging in general? Because I know jack shit about Ethereum.
Oh yeah, so the purpose is to make what I'm building with 0xMR. I don't want to shill, too much on just my.
I'm literally asking you to chill, basically. But I'm just curious.
But yeah, basically, I'm building like a decentralized wrap for Monero. So basically, it's to make Monero compatible with existing decentralized exchanges as well as other decentralized apps.
I see. Okay.
What a bro.
I was more curious about like the practical use case, like what would I use something like this for?
Well, if you want to trade your Monero for like fiat, just like because you can make a fee off of that. So yeah, basically there's right now we have a problem in Monero, which is that the centralized exchanges are have a lot of control over the liquidity of Monero. So you can make that. So instead of average guys like me or whoever wants to be an LP can make money, on Monero trading. And then additionally, it can also be useful as a privacy tool for those chains.
Ah. Okay. Exactly. A couple of weeks ago, I was asking Bawdy for like an Ethereum wallet that isn't garbage, and I've settled for none of them. But in the process, I also figured out that Ethereum is basically the reason why people hate crypto. Why it has such a bad reputation because of all the garbage, like shit coins and everything. That's all. I never knew that was like all on Ethereum and related like EVM chains.
Yep.
And what an incredible mess that whole network is.
When people say crypto, it's really misleading because the word crypto as a root means hidden.
Yeah, I know.
Like people talk about cryptocurrency. It's like, okay, nobody's using Ethereum. Actually, it's not hidden and it's not actually being used as a currency. So there's this whole industry of people that's like, it doesn't like the name doesn't really make sense. It's a very weird group of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get into all that, you're talking about all those NFTs and shitcoins.
Yeah,
and
yep.
Just all that garbage that gives crypto a bad name. And he's right. It's not crypto and it's not currency.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. Stable coins. I mean, the dollar is a currency, and I think Visa and MasterCard are like examples of companies that could be disrupted by stable coins. So there are legitimately use cases, and it's definitely an avenue for experimentation, like in like novel DeFi primitives, perpetuals, and things like that. But then there's just a ton of junk too, and it's pretty disgusting, like the state of the industry. As far as like the alt, I'm not really very bullish on like general the altcoin space. Like if you look on CoinMarketCap, they have like a altcoin dominance index. I'm not like, it's just there's just too many of them now. Like people are just able to create tokens so quickly, new currencies, new blockchains, like basically instantly. So it's all very saturated.
Fucking pump.fun shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
You go on pump.fun, it's disgusting and it's very saturated, but I mean, I guess it makes money. They have a lot of revenue. You can see it all on chain because it's not crypto. You can see what pump.fun's entire revenue is.
Body's unusually quiet about shitcoin gambling. I wonder why.
There he is.
Projects on pump.fun.
I don't know what you guys want me to say. Like, fucking the gambling stuff, I'm actually more okay with. I consider it a vice. It's the stuff that represents itself as being like game changing. That's just bullshit. Like Charles Hoskinson's. Like that's the stuff that I really hate. Or XRP. Those are the ones that are, because those are the guys that are actually doing fraud. Like it's in a way like pump.fun. Like no one goes to pump.fun thinking, oh, I'm participating in the future of digital economy. They think, oh, I'm here to fucking gamble and trade some dog memes and hopefully catch a 10x. It's like, so it's slightly more honest. It's more vicey than it is.
At least it's honest. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I do think the Solana Foundation is like under pressure from the government because they had like the Solana Foundation people profited from because they can do like chain reordering. So it was like if you got in on the pump earlier, you made more money. And I think that because it was fraudulent, but just like it was also within the context of this is a casino, but it was also a fraudulent casino. Like they have regulated casinos in the US, but they have to be regulated. Like if you go into a sketchy casino, you're going to end up, downloading child porn at Alaska Anon's friend's house or whatever.
Yeah, minor extractable value is like that's one of the worst problems of these contracts chains is they're not private. And you can even see Amir Taki on Twitter. He talks a lot about this, where it's like, yeah, because it's not private, they can order the transactions and they can put their own transactions ahead of yours, and they're siphoning value. Like I've even got sandwiched attacked on Ethereum for a pretty significant amount of money before. I mean, it's my own fault, right? I'm fucking DJ and trading some low liquidity shitcoin. You guys can probably guess which one it was, but yeah, it's a problem. There is some level of fraud there because like the whole industry is in bed with each other, and it's like sometimes they're just like the same entity, like covertly the same entity. Other times they're just partners. But either way, like it's this big club, and you ain't in it.
I've actually got trading on. It wasn't even like I was trading euros and dollars on Uniswap, and somehow my fee got like ridiculous. It was like 10. I was accidentally like I was doing development and I was vibe coding, so I don't know exactly even what happened, but somehow I exchanged like $10 for €1 on Uniswap.
That's inaccurate.
Vibe coding EVM contracts. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly.
I think it's funny how it's a story as old as time. Like the government shows up when all of this stuff's going down. They're like, see, our biggest problem is where's our cut? Like that's all they actually care about. Is like, you need a license for that theft.
Every time. And then also I'm wondering about what the whole story is between Bitcoin and Tether. Or where I can look that up the best, or if there's
so
a TLDR.
bad.
As a man who knows literally zero about it, I guarantee you it's the government trying to make sure that they get their cut, and the government trying to make sure that their phony fiat Fed notes are still somehow pegged. Like that's what it always is.
My perception is that Tether started off genuinely as like just a sketchy offshore, like basically kind of neobank, and then now they've been compromised and are like a part of their system.
That's what happened.
I see.
Minj, you said you were looking for like some resources on like where you could read more about that. Did I hear that?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have some stuff. I'm looking. I have like and I recommend people do this, especially if you're like if you communicate a lot, because you're going to get asked, well, what's the source on that? Just keep a spreadsheet with a bunch of links, and then you can look them up later on.
Yeah, it's more or less what I do. I just the thing about a lot of crypto is that a lot of the stuff you find online is completely wrong or scammy or just irrelevant or whatever. I'm trying to basically piece together the puzzle of how Bitcoin started and when exactly and how exactly it got like co-opted. And I believe Tether is part of the story.
Have you read Hijacking Bitcoin?
I am actually in the process of reading that right now. Yeah, but the problem is then I'm listening to Roger Ver.
Well, there was Mt. Gox before even Ver showed up on the scene. I mean, yeah, I reading the Bitcoin white paper is definitely a place to start if you haven't done that. I mean, Satoshi was definitely like the way that he wrote, like he writes jokes inside of it. So it's like kind of unprofessional in that sense. It doesn't seem like it's like a psyop because he's just like writing jokes about he's like, how do you track time? You can't use Usenet posts. And then also just as a Monero person, you're like, there's a lot to learn there because he says CPU over and over on the mining, and then
I know that part. Yeah, I don't think Bitcoin was like started out as a psyop in any case, but I believe it was a genuine threat to the banks, and they successfully like neutered it to the point where it's unusable as a currency. Thank you, buddy.
I don't think it was ever useful like as a large scale currency. I mean, there was the Silk Road days, but ultimately, like the scalability problem was always going to exist. And part of that,
but it didn't need to exist. That's the thing. Like what I read from Hijacking Bitcoin is that they deliberately gimped Bitcoin into making it impossible to use as a currency by keeping the blocks small.
Yeah, because you can't do a hard fork. Like Monero would have a problem if we couldn't upgrade the network at all.
You cannot. They could have done a hard fork, but every attempt basically got completely shut down in very unfair ways. Like that's what
There's even something going on. I haven't really kept up with the NOT thing, but like the way you run a node and like the type of data that you're storing and like the way that you're storing it is like the current controversy. At least it was a few months ago.
Yeah, it's still a controversy. That guy, Luke Dash Jr., the Catholic that eats cats, and it supposedly got hacked for like, oh man, there's so much lore going on here. Yeah. All right, let's you know what? Forget about the cat eater for a moment. The core dev cat eater.
You can't really throw that in there and then tell me to forget about it. Anyway, go on.
All right. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's start with the cat eater. So Luke Dash Jr. has been around since like pretty early. I want to say like since 2012 or 2011, pretty early. And he's like, you know, he's a Catholic and he's got like 8 kids or something. But he also talks about like that he would eat cats maybe, and he looks fucking weird. And then apparently he allegedly got hacked. He got hacked. Like he's supposed to be a Bitcoin core dev, and he is a Bitcoin core dev and contributor. But then he got hacked for like all of his shit supposedly. And then he like called the FBI on like someone for their speech, like really weird. Like I know
Dude,
I've
seen his face before.
This guy is fucking weird. Like there's no other way about it. And for the longest time, he was very highly regarded. In more ways than one, I guess in both ways, highly regarded. And now he's kind of, you know, he's lost favor with a lot of people. He's the one that led the push to do the filters. So what happened with Bitcoin is when they finally did this quote unquote soft fork, it's like at first I thought, oh, it's some clever cryptography that no, it actually wasn't. It was a dirty hack by which they offloaded a whole bunch of data, an arbitrary data set, to what they called witness, right? The witness data, the segregated.
Yeah, the SegWit thing. Yeah.
So they had the 1 megabyte blocks, and then now they have 4 megabyte blocks, and 3 megabytes of that is just arbitrary data. It is completely, you could put anything that you want there. So they started putting JPEGs of Luke eating cats. No, not exactly. And Luke is like, no, but this is not monetary, and you can't do that. And we need to filter. I'm going to run my node which filters for spam. But the problem is that you can encrypt spam. And so you can't tell that it's filtered. And so like filters are like, it's a way to sort of like discourage the use of the witness data for meme transfer. But it's never going to solve the problem. Oh, and by the way, the worst part about it, like they'll never solve the problem, not even so much because of the filters, but because the mining ecosystem is completely owned by Bitmain. Like 80% of the blocks are Bitmain. So it's like whatever those guys say is what goes. And the Bitcoiners, they think, oh, I run my node and I have a say and I get to vote. And it's kind of funny because they're like, they all love proof of work so much until it's time to talk about how their node affects the network, which would be proof of stake, not a type of proof of stake, not proof of work. So like they'll just never solve that problem unless the miners want to change something. And Bitmain probably doesn't want to change anything. They've already made their deal. So it's like the whole ecosystem is just a big mess of weirdness, delusion, and corporate suits and Bitmain.
They might want to change that is something with the supply thing. Like I do think that maybe there's a halving where they're like, okay, we're actually going to do a tail emission. That would be an interesting turn because that's kind of part of the thesis is like at some point they're just going to be entirely a fee run network. We haven't really seen a successful fee based network. And I think it's the next 2 halvings are the significant portion because it's like the percentage of the money that the miners are making goes from primarily from the block reward to primarily to fees.
You know, there's a chart out there that I need to revisit, and it effectively talks about the security of the blockchain and how it was increasing over time, and that fees are supposed to replace that security budget, but they haven't been. And people had noticed that as early as like 2019, 2020. And I want to say it's been like at least 3 years since I've looked at that chart. But that's a critical chart because you can see that, what happens when that security budget drops off so much where people aren't using the chain and the halving has happened a couple more times. So it's even less fees. And the miners are already just barely like they're sort of oscillating between the profitable and not profitable, which kind of makes sense. Like, you know, in capitalism or whatever, you always drive towards basically zero profit ultimately. But even so, it's like, well, then how is the chain going to secure itself going into the future?
Well, Arctic made a good point, and he was talking about the fact that the security of Bitcoin has been decreasing every halving since Satoshi made it, because it was 50, then it was 25, then it was 12.5, then it was 6.25, and then it's 3.125, and it's going to keep decreasing.
Well, so the thing is hyper Bitcoinization, as they call it, and price increases. We're supposed to make up that difference.
Oh yeah, that's measured in fiat though, but measured in Bitcoin, which they supposedly want to do, their security budget has done nothing but gone down.
Well, I mean, fiat is just the translation mechanism that you translate from Bitcoin into resources. It's because unless you can, and okay, nowadays you can buy servers for resources. I'm sure you can buy ASICs you can buy servers for Bitcoin and ASICs for Bitcoin. And can you buy the electricity for Bitcoin? No, not really, not quite. Can you pay your taxes in Bitcoin? No, not really. So it's kind of like you have to use that fiat translation. Like it doesn't make sense to just talk about it in pure Bitcoin. The price is a factor in that as well. The more stuff that you can buy for Bitcoin, then the halving might not matter, right? If Bitcoin's price is going up or its value to other stuff is going up. And okay, yes, but the only reason that we talk about fiat in that equation is just to make the translation between Bitcoin to stuff like electricity.
But it is still, regardless, an exponential drop off because it is half each time. So it is like, it doesn't matter even if you are measuring in different things, like if you're cutting in half every single time, that's going to be difficult to compete. It
is, and you would hope that the transactions having full blocks would be enough to replace it, and then having, I don't know, like honestly, like this is where you sort of you go backwards and you start looking at 2013 and how that the ecosystem basically got taken over with the creation of Blockstream. And like when they created Blockstream, it was Adam Back and what the fuck is that guy's name? He was like one of the core devs. I can't remember now at this moment. Anyways, on their website, it says, we got into a room and the first thing we wrote up on the chalkboard was, can't be evil. I think I've heard that phrase somewhere before, if you guys remember. That's Google.
No, it's totally different. They said don't be.
Yeah, that's right.
It's very different.
That was Google's phrase was don't be evil. And like they turned out to be pretty fucking evil. So it's like if that's like, how are you going to write a negative as your slogan? Like, how are you going to be like, I won't be a scumbag. Don't rob from our customers. Like, if that's your slogan as a company, I'll probably just assume you're robbing from your customers.
So my biggest concern about all of this, though, you guys, is okay. So if the prediction that a lot of us have is right, which is if you don't have price increases to cover it up, and you don't have block rewards to help you with this, and transaction volumes go down, and all of a sudden you lose your security budget. Okay, so let's say that happens. Has the Monero community done enough to explain to the general public that we have a different solution to this problem? And in theory, at least, we should be able to overcome this problem.
No, it would taint. I mean, Bitcoin's the number one. Like it would absolutely taint the perspective people would have of all blockchain-based cryptocurrencies.
Exactly. Yep. And we have to find a way to make sure that as user adoption increases across the entire space, which I don't know that it actually is anymore, but I mean, adoption for Monero continues to go up. But the thing is have we done a good enough job expressing these concerns in such a public way as for people who are catching wind of this to realize that other people have actually solved this problem? And I guess I should say think. Yeah, so like and it kind of goes back to the dissemination of information that I brought up earlier. I didn't really think of that, but the truth is the dissemination of information that Monero needs to do, I think, is severely lacking compared to where all of this is headed. Another good example is you would think that for the same reasons that gold and silver, we believe, are pumping, you would think that there would be a similar pump with Monero, which I guess we've kind of seen. But the thing is are we doing a good enough job to separate ourselves as, no, this is like a tangible asset that should be holding its value against stuff, and this is why you might be seeing what you're seeing right now? Yeah.
Yeah, Drunk Diamond, I'll send you some more links later. And if you're not in the Matrix chat, yeah, you should definitely be there. And
yeah, just not very often. I want to take advantage of this pause really quick and ask everyone, especially those who speak Spanish, Anhdres is probably not listening, and Doug probably isn't either. But my pinned tweet right now is my restarting of the Monero adoption contest. I'm focusing specifically in Argentina this time, outside of Formosa, because I want to spread that to other towns. I picked the 3 largest towns, and I hope to see the cities that voted heaviest for Javier Milei. But just imagine if we spread that network, this contest will identify more Christians and other people who kind of helped run around and onboard people, and then that network spreads across the entire country. Eventually, if or when that gets the attention of Javier Milei, I'm sure he would retweet it, and then all of a sudden we're off to the races with Javier Milei tweeting about Monero to his entire country and the rest of the Spanish-speaking world.
Does he have a good enough reputation with his people? I haven't been keeping up.
It kind of wouldn't matter. As soon as he says something, the word's getting out, and then people who might not look would start looking.
I'm pretty sure he's been steadily gaining support, not at a huge breakneck rate, but his base is still with him, very hardcore, kind of like Trump's is. And then I think that people are generally kind of turning over to the light side.
Well, he
slowly.
might not want to do that again after that debacle with that other coin or whatever.
Yeah, they were like shit coin pumping and stuff.
And that is one thing I want to mention is this administration has done basically, like, you know how we were talking about like the bad parts of crypto, the tokens and stuff, like that's all the part that has been legitimized. It's like the shady stuff, the corruption and stuff. That's the part that's been legitimized. They're like, oh, privacy, cryptocurrency. No, we don't. There's everything's still delisted. Coinbase still won't list Monero. They're still putting the samurai guy in jail. But they are just openly doing meme coin fraud, basically. And it's like, okay, this is not what we wanted when we said, like, government gets involved in crypto to make things better. Like,
there's a Bible verse about a dog returning to its own vomit that's very relevant to the idea that politicians are going to be magnetized toward wherever the corruption is, like flies to stink. It's just what they do. So anyone should have expected that the minute that a politician can make themselves wealthy by scamming and undermining civilized society, that is the very first thing that they're going to do, because it is in their very nature. And
Trump is supposed to be not the politician. He doesn't need any more money. He's already a billionaire.
It's a fine line that has long since eroded between like corporate insider business tycoons and politicians. I mean, at this point, are they different? I would argue that they are the same thing. Let's just instead of politician,
he's arguably a political figure now, especially the way that he runs X.
Yeah, from now on, let's just lump them all into one category. We'll just call them the parasite class. Whether it be, some insurance CEO or whether it be Donald Trump or whatever, they're just the parasite class, just like generic. Although I will admit, my heart was warmed with the way that Trump was talking at the WEF. I don't know if you guys saw all of that, but like his speech at the whatever that WEF stands for, World Economic Forum. Yeah, that's what it is. Like, dude, some of the stuff he said was like absolutely wonderful, even though he's like the worst perpetrator of literally all of it. But
yeah, I saw some of it.
Yeah, he was going on about how, like, if you buy a house in America as a corporation, you can depreciate the asset, but if you're just like an individual homeowner, you can't. And just all of these scams that are built into the way that the world works right now, he's just rattling them off like one at a time. It was very refreshing. And this is why taxation is evil and theft and should never be implemented anywhere ever.
That's all, folks.
I was going to say, do you guys want to end it? I don't know if Doug is still around, if he can.
Yeah, I'm here. Been listening.
Yeah, I got nothing else.
This could be a good spot to end it.
I mean, I guess if you want to end it at a measly 4 hours, it'll help people pack for Monerotopia. Everybody, make sure you have all your stuff packed for Monerotopia. It's coming right now. It's like basically tomorrow. So you need to hurry up, buy your tickets, buy a couple of extra tickets because you know you're going to end up bringing somebody, right? So if you and your friend are going, get 7 tickets so you can hand out at least 5 more. And we'll see you there.
Bring those hookers you're getting for a dime.
Yeah, hookers for a dime. 2 of them. It's a twofer. And it's a silver dime, though. You know, it has to be real dimes.
I don't know. Like, from what I understand, hookers come.
And I will be selling dimes for Monero, real silver dimes at Monerotopia.
Oh, nice.
One. So if you need a hooker and she doesn't take Monero, there is a dime conversion station at Monerotopia. We are not endorsing these activities. We are just saying it is your choice to do whatever you want with your Monero, and it's none of my business. But there will be 1/10 ounce silver rounds and actual legitimate fiat Fed note currency denominations as well. So I'll have Mexican dimes, US dimes, and then rounds of 1/10 of an ounce of silver, whatever you. And it's a great place to get exchange. It's a decentralized exchange down there at Monerotopia. So send your money to Doug immediately so you can attend.
Thank you so much, Alaska. Thank you for promoting Monerotopia. Guys, we do these shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. See you all next week. Thank you, everybody who participated.
See ya.
Every week.
Later.
See you next weekend. Adios. Bada beep. Bada boop.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't forget to follow us on X or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.